tonight to see if he was barefoot. Is that still the case? Is he barefoot? Because I know on Facebook somebody posted a picture of these could be his shoes, or is that so he is presumed to be barefoot at this point?
What I can say is that his mom says all of his shoes are accounted for at the house. I'm not going to say that he's barefoot.
All right.
Allegedly!
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. Here's a brief disclaimer for tonight's show. Let's watch.
That's ignorant! Allegedly, that's ignorant! Ignorant.
Judgment, Austin.
Chloe, you read my thoughts. You've got the shinin.
You mean shining?
Shh! You wanna get sued?
Judgment, Austin.
You just use that shin of yours to call me and I'll come a running. But don't be reading my mind between 4 and 5. That's Willie's time.
Hey, yo, boss. I love it when he does that.
Let's watch.
Don't get me back to good bullshit.
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative, and it's good to see all of you guys. Hey Napanoch Father, good to see you. Lil Redo, Diane, Brenda Austin. Let's see, I saw Town Chat Cafe in here tonight. Annette, Show Poodles, Eric with an H, Hope Floats. Good to see you, Hope Floats. Long time no see. And then Baba Rose is in here. Lori, good to see you, Lori. Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom, Kelly Holcomb. I had Hey Jude, good to see you, Hey Jude. Cece, we have Betty H, and Wait What? So good to see all of you guys. I hope you're having a great Monday. I hope you had a great weekend. I relaxed a lot and it was very, very nice. Aw, thank you, Diane. Yeah, I had to play the trio tonight, if you will, the whole intro. Sometimes I don't play money talks, but tonight it was appropriate. Thank you, Hey Jude. Thank you so much. Oh, and I had an issue. I hope I fixed it. Okay, so hopefully if Trishy's in here, I hope Trishy has her wrench back. I'm hoping I fixed it. But I might need help with it. Hey Jude, so goodness sakes, I try to be more savvy with YouTube. And Nabanoch Father says, I must say you're looking very positive tonight for some reason. I don't know what it is, but you can't complain about that, right, Lady Freedom? Thanks, Nabanoch Father. That's so sweet of you. Yeah, I'm trying to stay positive. We got a lot of information, and some new billboards are up too. Well, maybe they're not so new, but I haven't seen them, so I didn't know if you guys did or not. But we have billboards to look at tonight, so that is positive. And then we also have some clarification from Mr. and Mrs. E's Crimecast. So I think they are very credible sources, and so I say that because there are three on the podcast. Usually, it's Mr. E, Mrs. E, and then Aunt E. And so they're all so sweet and very well put together folks, and I trust their opinions on things, right? And they were at the court case, so we had some clarification there. Unfortunately, like with many of us that cover the Sebastian Rogers case, there is some flack that's, associated with it, but that's okay. We're strong people, but they wanted people to know that there were no contracts or NDAs on their end with any of the family members, or at night, any of those entities, right? Dog the bounty hunter, not that he's an entity, he is a person. But then also they wanted to let everyone know that they are not related to Nick the Hat in any way, like by marriage or anything like that. Just, another fellow human who is searching for Sebastian, trying to find out what happened to him. And that's all that is. So we have clarification there. And let's see here. Oh, and yes, I also wanted to send out some prayers and love to Mr. and Mrs. E's Crimecast. I was in their Crimecast earlier. And hey, Meow, good to see you. Good to see you, Stephanie Williams. And I just wanted to say prayers for their son. So he's having an MRI done, and they're hoping for some clear results there. Of course, because those are always really tough. Those are not easy for even an adult. So I couldn't imagine. Yeah, we love the E's, right? Hey Jude, we do. They're just such nice people, and they're very straightforward and honest. I appreciate the honesty. You know what I mean? Because it's hard to find these days. And especially on YouTube, we don't ever know really, what we're watching, if we're getting the right information. And then they also said, or it was said in chat, I think I should probably frame it that way, that America's Most Wanted is going to be airing on the 28th. So there was an episode tonight of America's Most Wanted, but it was a story based out of North Carolina. So that was that. So it is said that on the 28th, they will be airing Sebastian's episode. And, I wanted to get some of your thoughts too on the America's Most Wanted episode that they're going to be airing. And also what you think about Chris and Katie not wanting to do the interview in their home. Because Seth was okay with, of course, having the interview in his home. And he's also okay with the billboards. You know what I mean? This is a new one. I'll show you really quick while we discuss that. This sign scares them. And I was like, wow, I did not see this one, right? So this sign scares them. Has the full reward on there. Of course, every reward comes with stipulations, right? Very suspect, I think, too, Eric with an H. I think it's very suspicious, and it kind of causes us to wonder who would be upset about that. who is scared? What, who is them? And another important part that the E's had brought up tonight, which I thought was a really great point, was that, the only reason, well, I'll just put it this way. One of the reasons why somebody might be upset about this is if they had direct knowledge, right? But like, if we're just passing by this, say let's pretend we're in our car and we're driving by and we see this sign, missing Sebastian Rogers. This sign scares them. There's a reward. I would think like, wow, I'm glad I'm not that person, is what I would think, because it says dial 911 if seen and call Dog the Bounty Hunter. And I would be like, holy cow, seeing that. So Betty H says, in my opinion, CP and KP know way more than they are telling, is why they are doing all the latest BS. Well, and that's, I think, a really good assessment, Betty, because I mean, it does seem that way, doesn't it? It's like they're worried. They're so worried. And they're doing a lot to kind of put themselves out there, and not necessarily Katie, but Chris, right? He is putting himself out in the public. Oh, sorry, that's for an example later. But he's putting himself out in the public, right? He's the one that is going on pods. And hey, Adam Forever 21, good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you. Oh, and just give me 1 second, guys. I wanted to, I didn't get a chance to upload this one, did I? Okay, I'm going to do this really quick. Give me 1 minute. It might buffer a bit, but 1 second, please. Okay, no biggie. Sorry, I could just go ahead and upload it really quick. So this was something that I wanted to show you all as well. And this is, let me make sure I'm getting it correctly here. Oh no, that's Nina's. Oh, here we go. Now this is Chris Proudfoot's post, right? Chris Proudfoot posts this. Amen, say it louder for those in the back, right? So it's a reel. So I went ahead and uploaded that reel for us, and we can look at it. And I want to know what, your thoughts on it.
If you spank your kids with a belt, that's called abuse.
That's why your kids try to kill you when there's no juice. You let them bite and kick and scream. Then you cry when they call you mean. You're supposed to raise your kids, but they raise you. You put your kids on a leash and wonder why. They turn 16 and want everyone else to die. It's cause they thought that they were dogs. Then they learned this thing called laws. And 16 is way too old to pout and cry. Now my mama and my pa ain't play that shit. Gotta be with a belt, a broom, a spoon, sometimes a switch. Spare the rod, spoil the child. While your kids be running wild, popping pills and snorting powder just for kicks.
Okay, so that was Chris Proudfoot's post. Hey, Holly S. Oh, I know. Well, it is got to be terrorizing for faith. It's got to be. That's funny. That's funny. Wait, what? I don't drink or smoke, very little cussing, but let me tell you, I'll celebrate when KNC and a few more gets the shiny bracelets and the walk of shame, maybe 2 pizzas instead of 1. That's for sure. Hey, Tammy Carr, good to see you. Thank you for hitting the like button. Thank you so much. Thank you, Annette. Yeah, it's just, to me, hey, Meg, it's like, when I see that, it kind of feels like a little bit of a slap in the face, right? Because I mean, I know that a lot of us grew up with, and I'm not talking about the guy that's doing the song, right? He probably just means it in terms of like, kids that are acting up when they're adults, right? And older. But we know that Sebastian was 15 and he was telling CPS what was going on in the house. Hey, Freebird, good to see you. And we know that, right? So it's frustrating to see something like this, in my opinion, because I just feel like it's very unfair that he's able to gloat when his child is missing. And some people that don't know about Sebastian being missing might see this and think, oh yeah, I mean, I was, whooped with everything handy, right? Because, and that's why I turned out okay, or I still turned out okay, type of a thing. But I don't know. I just find it to be, like I said, gloating when your child is still missing. It's no time to kind of gloat about how your discipline style was correct and everybody else is wrong. I don't know. It really rubs me the wrong way. It really does. And hey, Cinderella, let me send you. Oh, hey, Little Redo. Little Redo says, let me send you what I found today. Let me know if you've seen it. Okay, give me a second here. Let me look at this on the phone. I gotta get my other phone here. Okay, hold on. It kicked me off of here. Okay, so, sorry guys. Sorry about that. Okay. All right. 1 second, Loretta. Let's just see. All right, let's see. Adam Forever 21 says, in my opinion, I really think someone else involved, and I don't think it's good too much vague about the niece too. Yeah, well, there was another thing, another post I kind of wanted to show you all. And you know what? I might wait until a little bit later on to post this one. So just bear with me. Hey, Wanda, good to see you. But I agree. And their story has changed so many times, right? Like, even when it comes to, and of course it's, I'm not saying that it should stay the exact same every single time, right? But the main details shouldn't really differ, or it becomes kind of not credible, right? But, yeah. Hey, Jude, thank you. It's illegal to hit an adult. Don't hit your kids. Exactly. Yeah. And especially when someone has special needs. Like, I think that that's where we kind of have to draw the line, because someone that has even a pocket of fluid on their brain, it's probably not a good idea to, you know, hit them or anything like that, because if they fall down they can hurt themselves, right? It doesn't take a rocket scientist, but he's just very adamant about pissing the public off, and I don't understand why he's very adamant about doing that. It doesn't make any sense to me. It makes absolutely no sense, because we're frustrated, right, already, and he should be frustrated because his stepson is the one that's missing. But he comes out and plays something like that and then says, say it louder for the folks in the back. Um, you know, Megan L says, I agree, lady, and I feel like he's missing using or misses using that belt on Sebastian. I mean, it seems like that too. He's missing it. He misses doing it. You know, it's like beyond controversial, I think, at this point, because some controversy is good, right? I mean, obviously, I agree with the billboards. This is another one that was really nice to see. Sebastian and Summer, right? So Sebastian Rogers and Summer Wells. So they added Summer to the reward. Call Dog the Bounty Hunter. That's a positive. But what we see Chris and all of them doing are negative things. Meg, it's like, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Baba Rose says, not his child, not his child. You're right, Baba Rose. You're right. And it's it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate because he never did treat Sebastian like his child. You know, you would think he would be lucky or consider himself lucky to have such a wonderful stepson like Sebastian in his life, as if, God gave him a gift. But he doesn't look at it like that, right? He looks at it in a totally different way. Like, how can I enforce my power and control over this child that I've been entrusted with? I mean, it seems really messed up. Oh, okay, Lil Redo. I got your stuff. Excuse me. Oh, I almost sent you a whole message full of weird words. That's funny. Okay, let me see. Oh, wow, okay. Okay, wow. That's interesting, Lil Redo. Yeah. Well, and I'm not overly comfortable with the way Julie's handled, some of the stuff. I don't dislike or hate, anybody or anything like that. I mean, it's her opinion, it's her show. If I don't like it, I'll turn it off, if I want to continue to listen to her point of view to find out, the next ridiculous statement, then I will tune in. I mean, but it's not anything bad. I enjoyed watching her make the Easter basket for her son. Because that's fun. And TC says discipline does not equal belting, period. He does not know the difference and never will. I agree. I think he goes too far, and I think he does it out of anger, right? And frustration. Like, he was frustrated, according to Nina, with Faith when she was a baby and she was in her carrier, and so he slammed her down on the coffee table, right? I mean, even when you do choose that form of discipline, you're not supposed to do it when you're angry. I don't understand it myself. I mean, I was, just like any of us that grew up, it didn't matter. It's like, if you said something out of line, most of the time I would say something that would get me in trouble. So I would say something and, I might get slapped for it. But it's like, you kind of also gauge like this, severity of it too. And you're like, this one might be worth it. And so I don't agree that it's like teaching anything, right? It's just basically like the person thinks, I know I'm going to get slapped for this one, and it's a choice then. But you can create some pretty ornery little shits that way. So I'll just put it that way. I personally never like used that form of discipline. But I had a little girl, so I mean it's different too. Um, Adam Forever 21 says the niece's statement of friends, the car lights, something went down and their behavior is very obvious. Chris is covering for someone also, and she's letting him. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Hey, Jude. It's learn to discipline your kids without a belt. Learn to discipline your kids without a belt. Clap, clap. Amen. Perfectly imperfect boy, mom. And you do have to get a little bit more, as they get older, obviously because teenagers are the worst. Like, and I told my daughter that she's not going to get upset if she ever heard me say that, but it's like, there was like a certain time period where I was like, oh my gosh, what have I done here? And who is this girl, and of course I'm a mom and a girl, we're going to butt heads from time to time. But yeah, Chris Proudfoot is a complete pig. In my opinion, Denise, that's true. That is true. I mean, the whole crew of them are like that, you know. Hey, Fed Up Buttercup, nice to see you. So yeah, it's rewards work better than punishment with kids. Hey Jude, it's the positive reinforcement, you know, and it does. The reward system is way better, and it's more effective. It teaches them because, you know, obviously, another thing that I don't agree with, if you get upset with somebody or somebody does something you don't like later in life, you know, if you just haul off and smack them because you didn't like what they did, that's not teaching a life lesson, right? We need to learn to control ourselves. And even though we might want to smack somebody from time to time, we refrain from doing it because, you know, it's going to get us in trouble. We'll probably feel bad afterwards. You know, there's a whole lot of things that come along with it, and it's all bad things, you know, you end up in trouble. Um, Oh, Cinderella, you think it's CT in your opinion? Yeah. Yeah, and it very well might be. It very well might be. I mean, you know, there could be connections. So Freebird says, yeah, that is great. They put Summer on the billboard. I think so, Freebird. I think it's great because, you know, Summer doesn't have a Seth, and we were saying that, you know, before too. Summer doesn't have somebody who is pushing. Summer doesn't have Dog the Bounty Hunter, but guess what? Now she does. So it's fantastic news. It's fantastic news because she deserves it. She deserves to be found. I mean, where's Summer? This is one of the last pictures they were showing of her. And she's just as precious as she can be, you know, sleeping in the back of the car. Some people think that she was not, you know, with us still. But just a beautiful child and didn't deserve, I mean, she deserves to be found. She absolutely deserves to be found. Um, Diane says, I hope CP just keeps on talking and posting. He's a POS, in my opinion. Yeah, Diane, I hope he does too. I mean, it's just more for us later. You know what I'm saying? If he continues to act that way, it is going to, I mean, it looks so bad. Optically, it is not smart, right? It's actually probably the worst moves that he could be making right now is posting something like that with the background of this case, right? Because it just, for those who know, we know, right? It's like, it's very awful. But yeah, and like I said, the person who made the video, I'm not faulting them or whatever. You know, we were teasing about kids wearing leashes the last live, you know, and things like that. You know, I mean, it's a preference. We are all going to have different parenting styles and abilities, and you know, unfortunately, sometimes we use the knowledge that we shouldn't from when we were growing up. You know, and sometimes we shouldn't use that. You know, sometimes we should break the cycle. I believe when, you know, physical punishments are being used, I think that's a cycle to break. Because like Jude said, there's other ways of handling it. You know, and kids enjoy that. They want structure. Kids like structure. You know, and if they're used to having that, they'll grow up a lot differently. Eric with an H says, hey, or he is just, oh, he's just being an ass, in my opinion. Yeah, I hate rude behavior in a man. Won't tolerate it. Lonesome Dove. Thanks, Eric with an H. That's wonderful. I mean, you know, it's not right. It's not right. It's, I agree. Well said. Tammy Carr says, I just got out a few fur baby. Oh, you got a new fur baby today? Oh, aw. Tammy, that's cute. Well, people were saying that too earlier. I heard that today, you know, people that if you lose your dog, you know, or your cat or somebody like in your family, like your animals are like your family, right? And if one of your family members is missing, you're going to go out and look. You are not, however, going to act like Katie Proudfoot. Racing through the neighborhood, in my opinion. Well, she was hauling ass through the neighborhood for looking for somebody. If your dog, say your dog's missing, you know, number one, your window would be rolled down. I would think all of your windows would be rolled down. You'd just be screaming and crying, you know, and at the very least, yelling as loud as you could, right? to draw attention. Doesn't tell the bus, you know, but you're not going to act like this. You're just not, you know. It's beyond a red flag at that point. Hey, meow. It's beyond a red flag. Adam Forever 21 says, if your stepkid was missing and you know people have been saying things about you, hitting him with a belt, this is sick. Absolutely. I mean, no doubt, you know, and that's what we all feel when we see it. You know, there might be, like I said, some of people who look at that and think, oh, haha, that's a funny reel, you know, but they don't really understand. And then Chris is like promoting it, right? Say it louder for the ones in the back, you know, basically trying to push his rhetoric of horrible parenting on someone else when he doesn't have his stepson, because his stepson is missing. You know, it's odd that you would post something like that. It just doesn't make any sense. Annette says, I'm a special needs teacher and a psychologist, and kids do act up sometimes for attention, whether that be negative or positive. That's so true, Annette. Thank you for your comment. That makes a lot of sense to me, because that's true. That is true to me. Thank you. Yeah, sometimes they're going to try and get that attention if they're not typically getting it. And even if it's bad attention, they don't care. Either way, it's attention, you know. Thank you, Annette, because I appreciate that. And Town Chat Cafe says, lady, did you say you wanted to, nicknames? Oh, LOL. Well, Edgar could also be AKA Luke. Seriously, for real? He's a piece of... Oh my goodness, that's funny. No, I think I usually call, I'm used to calling Chris Stepfoot. I don't know if you guys, if you guys have noticed that, because that's my favorite one that I've ever heard is Stepfoot, right? So I usually say, you know, Sebastian's mom and Stepfoot. So, or Katie and Stepfoot, you know, we can add a stinky in there if we want, you know, because that's just a real stinker move, right? I mean, he's boasting. He's, you know, here's his post again. I'll show you guys his post. Oh, sorry, that's Sweet Nina's post. Look at that post. Amen. Say it louder for those in the back. You know, and they got this poor guy on there advocating for Chris Proudfoot. He doesn't know it. No, I'm just kidding. But seriously, like, I mean, because we all know what it means. Like, it's nobody else's fault besides Chris for posting it, you know, but it's like, yeah. And again, hey, YouTuber, again, you know, I mean, a lot of us grew up that way, right? And a lot of us are like, gosh, some of these kids run wild these days, you know, and, you know, and all of that kind of stuff. Oh, cool, Mama. Cool. Yes. Oh, so we're going to have a special guest tonight. So I'm having Mom and It Up come up on panel tonight, but I just wanted to make sure before I announced her coming up. So we've had her on before. She is really awesome. She just really gets a lot of it because she is a mother to four and just a really good person, but she also you know, has children with special needs. So she brings so much to the conversation. So I'm super excited to have her here tonight. Wait, what said I learned when I was, or excuse me, I learned when I babysat when I was 12 years old, don't take anything from a child without giving them something to replace it unless it's dangerous. Yeah, absolutely. Well, and you know, like, it's not like you can hit people when you're babysitting them. So, you know, it's a lot different, right? When you're babysitting, you need to kind of like think of a game plan, right, of solutions until the parents get home and can deal, you know. And I would always just like, if it got really bad, I'd be like, I'm going to tell your parents, like, So, I mean, you always kind of got to get creative because, especially like you said, if it's dangerous, you have to, like, if they're climbing up something, you have to grab them down, right? You can't just be like, oh, I'll wait till your parents get home and, or get down from there, or I'll tell. Like, that doesn't work in that scenario. You have to, like, get a ladder if you're too short or whatever. You got to grab that kid because you don't want them to get hurt, right? Or if they're going for a socket, or, I mean, most people have the little clear things that you pop in there and they can't get to it. But, um, you know, and Holly S says, like Justin says, if adults smack each other, it's called domestic violence, but grown-ups do it to kids and they're called discipline. Yes, Holly S, that is so true, right? I mean, putting it into perspective that way, and you can't do that to your partner, right? You can't do that to your family members. I absolutely agree. You know, so very well said. And that's how I think a lot of adults get into DV situations, right? Because when you're little and you understand that, your parents love you and then you're getting hit by them, and then it makes it like there's a normalcy attached to it almost. So, um, it's one of those things, where I think it does more harm than good, right? And I don't think it teaches a lesson. And I think that when you're raising kids, that's what you're doing, right? You teach them lessons. You don't do things just to be mean to them, right? Like the guy in the video said, they'll call me mean, Yeah, it's because it is mean and it hurts emotionally as well. When you strike somebody, it hurts emotionally, psychologically it hurts, right, too. It's not just the physical, it's more like, well, I thought you loved me or you cared for me, but how could you love and care for me if you're willing to hurt me physically? I think it sends the wrong message, so absolutely, Holly, and you just can't do that in life. It's not acceptable. We'll get arrested. Like if I was to go, you know like you said, haul off and smack somebody, you'd be in trouble, right? So you just got to kind of deal with situations differently, and although people do want to do that, at times, I understand that, nobody's perfect. Everybody has kind of, that urge, but then you control your emotions, you can control yourself. You're like, I can't do that. I mean, I'm an adult, whatever you have to do to talk yourself down, right? Because we all get upset. Especially in a case like this, right? Or a case like Summers. These kids are still missing. They're out there. Um, and Holly S says, I wonder why did she have all those clothes on? It was summertime. I know. Oh yeah, absolutely. In the picture of Summer, yes. She was wearing a lot of clothes for summertime, right? Way too much to be in a hot car, that's for sure. Show Poodle says CP is taunting everyone, including LE, but he doesn't like the taunting billboards. Irony, in my opinion, completely. I mean, I agree with that 100%. I do. I do because, and it just like, it's kind of par for the course, because nobody likes to be, talked about, um, in this case. But if you're not involved, then why would it bother you? And then even Meg said earlier, in the last live, I think it was, Seth isn't bothered by the billboards because if we're just driving past the billboards, right, and we don't know the story of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, then we might think if we saw just even, this billboard right here, removing this does nothing but make him vanish twice. So if we take this down, we're essentially making Sebastian vanish twice. I think that is so true. So if you decide that you want to get one of these billboards taken down, then you're responsible for Sebastian being taken down, right? Taken out of the public eye. And to me, it would only make me probably wonder, well, who would want to remove a billboard of a missing child? Who are these people that want to take the child's poster down, a billboard, whatever it is, It's all well and fine if they think that he was found already and it's a mistake, but to actually try and take this billboard down? Who would want to do that? That's what I would think if I drove past this one. On this billboard, I'd think, oh my goodness, did these two go missing? You know, what happened to these children? Missing Sebastian Rogers and Summer Wells. Who are those children? They're missing. There's a big reward for them, for anything to be found. And like I said, wow, Dog the Bounty Hunter. That's what I would think of that if I had nothing to do with it. Or how about this one? This sign scares them. Might make me think, who's them? The parents? It wouldn't make me think about Chris or Katie if I didn't know the story. So why are they so worried? Just like this billboard was one that Mr. and Mrs. E had shown today, and it was basically, you know, a shot at this guy Dale, right? So help Dale find Dee, because it was a horrible story about a woman who was taken by her husband, unalived by him, and everybody knew it. And so they had paid for a billboard spot, right? Some ad space, and put this up. Justice for Dee, right? Justice for Dee, help Dale find Dee. You know? So, I mean, it works, guys. It works. Because you're putting pressure on, you're making people think. Who would want to do that? Who is taking these down? You know? So... Alia says, I've given $100 rewards for my dog before. I've seen people around here give rewards for their pets that go up into the thousands. And one lady made a billboard. She got her dog back. Thank God. Oh, good. Oh, Holly, that's, yeah. No, $100 is a lot. No, really. I mean, it's just like hurried up and put a reward out as fast as you can. Oh my goodness. Exactly. It's just because they're family, right? But it's like, oh, TC, I worry for Faith too. I worry for Faith too. That's why I haven't taken that post out that Nina wrote recently, because I feel like, you know, she deserves a voice. I do. And I know that she uses hers on her platform, but it's just good for other people to know what Chris's ex-wife thinks, and the situation that we have another child that may or may not be in danger. It's awful, you know. Little Redo says, I would dang sure give a large reward for my babies if they were missing. Jack is my TikTok and YouTube short star. Aw, they are so adorable too. Like, I mean, and I know you love them so much, Little Redo. And like, it's just crazy, you know, just to think. Freebird says, call CP the wannabe biker. It pisses me out, or it pisses him off. I mean, most bikers don't want anything bad to happen to kids, and they would, you know, do, you know, Toys for Tots and all of these things, you know, to help kids out. And it's weird that Chris associates himself. I think Freebird, he's a wannabe biker. He's a wannabe do-gooder, you know. Napanoch Father says, we love to see if there was any body cam footage, possibly when the cops or whoever got there, of Katie when reacting. I believe that would be a big tell, even though her vibe is off. Yeah, I think so too. And I mean, you know, just seeing her racing around the neighborhood, not with her head poked out, or like even the windows rolled down. See, like, she rolled down all her windows and she's just yelling, Sebastian, Sebastian, you know, that would look so much more normal than her window being all the way up, you know. But I would love to see the body cam footage as well, just to see, you know, her demeanor, what was she looking like? What was she saying to the police? What were their reactions to her, you know? Because in the beginning, it really seemed like they were worried that they weren't going to find Sebastian because he walked off, or they were, excuse me, I should say they were operating under the assumption that Sebastian walked off. So, I mean, oh my gosh, Joseph Rapp is so funny when the mob crew calls him Crispy. It makes me laugh every single time. That is so funny. Wait, what? Wait, what says, and good to see you, Joseph. And wait, what says, Edgar has never been uh, made mind. He is going to learn the hard way, and Bubba don't take no lip or talk back. That's funny. Wait, what? It's gonna be an interesting thing, you know? It's gonna be interesting. Hey, Deborah. Deborah says, has anyone else studied the photo of Katie's car driving around? The reason I ask is the driver looks like they have short, dark hair. Is that really Katie? Oh, I haven't looked, like, I haven't zoomed in on it. Let me see. I could put it up and see if you guys can zoom in. But I don't know if it will show. There we go. Because that's probably the better one, because that's the bigger one. Was her hair pulled back in like a ponytail, I wonder? Hey, Cajun Juju. Hey, Lainey. Good to see you. A YouTuber says, yes, Napanoch father, we would love to know that. Yeah, would love to. I mean, goodness sakes. Lainey says, my son is about to be 8, and he is the type of child who elopes. I've lost him before for screaming in his screaming his name. Yeah, I couldn't find him in the house. Oh my goodness. Hide and seek isn't fun if the seeker doesn't know. True that. Aw, Lainey. Yeah, and that's the thing too. They were asking Katie that in the beginning, does Sebastian elope? Is he one to just decide to take off? And they said no. There was also some talk that there was one time that he did end up in a neighbor's house. But that was kind of cloudy, and we never really got any good answer about it, in my opinion. It makes me wonder what is in Chris' algorithm. Hey, Trishy. Oh, darn it, Trishy. I'm okay. I want to make sure. I wanted to make sure that I thought I put your wrench back, and I didn't get to do it. Okay. All right. Dang it. I thought it saved. Dang, dang, dang. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, Jude. Do you know what? I pressed the wrong button last time. I banned Trishy, of all people. And oh my God. And then it took her wrench. I'm like, what the heck? And Deborah says, I tried myself, but it makes it more blurry. But if you just focus on the driver, it looks like a short, dark-haired woman, not Katie. Well, I'll take a look at that, Deborah, and check it out. KP driving. Yeah, because I didn't ever, zoom in or anything on her. I know I saw like the video version too, and then that was just like a screenshot of the video that Chris had shown, Chris from Mob Crew. Freebird says time outs give them time to process. Absolutely. And and that's a good thing too, especially when they're young. That was always something that I did, was a timeout. Just go sit and think about it. You know what I mean? And then afterwards, why you were in there, yes, okay, talk it out, hug it out, you know what I mean? It doesn't have to get to that point, right? It just doesn't. And it does give time to process, even for both people, if you think about it. So that's such a great point, Freebird, is it's like, it gives the parents time to like work it out. I can't believe they just did that, because that's what you're usually thinking, like, what's this? And then, the kid's like, okay, I shouldn't have done that, and time for both to process it. If you just go grab a belt or the nearest thing you can find and just whip the crap out of them, nobody's learning anything. Nobody's taking time to process. So thank you, Freebird. Lainey says the word origin of discipline was to teach, not hit. Exactly, Lainey. Exactly. Yeah. I agree. And it's important to differentiate between those things, and understand them. And that says you also need to find the smallest positive with kids and encourage them. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, because if you're always downing them or always being like, "Oh, I can't believe you did that." And, I mean, it doesn't help with confidence. You have a child that's ends up walking on eggshells and nobody wants that. But, Chris loves to be the disciplinarian, and I say that in a very loose terms, right? Because I agree, with what Lainey said. Um, but he loves being that disciplinarian where he's coming in there and feeling like he's in power because he's hitting people and putting them in their place. And it's just like, and even Meg reminded us the other night, um, there's reasons why people do have their kids wear like a backpack so that way they can keep a hold and things like that. But her daughter, it was for balance. So it's just like, I don't know. Chris is very critical, I think. Halia says, I got slapped in second grade on the way to school. I got so upset I threw up. Oh no, and didn't make it to school. Oh, hon. I never forgot it. I was talking back apparently. I can see that, Holly. No, I'm just teasing you. That's always what it was, for me. I would say something, my mom would be like, slap. But yeah, no, I mean, and that's the thing, like it does, it really bothers kids, right? They don't understand it. It doesn't make a lot of sense. And then even in adulthood, it's like, could you imagine if like your boss was to slap the crap out of you for doing something at work, instead of writing you up or disciplining you, letting you know what happened, why it wasn't okay, things like that. It doesn't help for later in life, in my opinion. You know what I mean? It doesn't help. And it hurts. It brings a lot of distrust into the relationship, especially when it's a step parent, right? Because like, Sebastian didn't know Chris, his whole life. I mean, he came into it and I think, what did they say? He had been involved for like 7 or 8 years, something like that. But Lainey Freebird, I bought us walkie-talkies for Christmas. Kind of similar, works though. Ah, see, that's a good idea. That is a good idea, Lainey. And wait, what says CP's gonna get his clock clean again? PDQ, his bridge works will be put in the trash. Yeah, well, and I don't know what is going to happen next. I mean, I couldn't believe that he posted that. I was really taken back by it, and I heard about it in Mr. and Mrs. E's chat. I was in there and I like, go look at the Facebook that he posted, and I'm like, oh gosh, I'm like, what is that? But like I said, I kind of resigned to the fact that he wants to piss the public off, like with us being the public that he's trying to piss off because, there's a lot of people that are on his side too. So, obviously they're okay with that and that's all right. But, most of us are like, what? Just because we know the history. Again, I'm not faulting the guy who made the video, and I'm not faulting anybody who shared it. I just think that in this case, with us knowing what we know, Chris knew what he was doing, and he just really enjoys it or something. Annette says, I was the teacher skipping along when someone could count 5, all the other teachers looking at me side eyes. Well, and there's just, in schools, they used to have that kind of form of discipline in some schools, right? And things like that. But then we've realized that it's not probably the best practice. That it really doesn't help the situation. It's more hurtful for the situation, YouTuber says, in my opinion, the billboards also keep pressure on LE to work for justice for Sebastian. Absolutely, YouTuber. Thank you for saying that. That is well said. I think it does put pressure on everyone that drives past the billboards. Like, oh my gosh, there's a child missing, Sebastian's still missing. It creates urgency. The messages are, in my opinion, I think are necessary to put that pressure like on everyone involved, even law enforcement, like you said, even though they're not directly involved in Sebastian's missing, or excuse me, being missing, but they are responsible for bringing him justice. So that's a really great point. Um, hey Jude, you guys crack me up. Megan L says, I don't want to use bad words, but CP is a P in my in my opinion. He should pick on someone his own size and stay off women and children. Absolutely. And I don't get it, Meg. I think it's like, you know, just got to be that power and control. You know, he likes to have that over. I mean, because it's not like he's going out and picking fights with people at bars. I mean, he's picking on his family, you know. Yeah, women and children, right? I mean, that's another thing that Mr. and Mrs. E had confirmed today. So basically, and I'm just going to call it because they did confirm this for me. I asked that outside the courthouse there was a heated exchange, right? So a heated disagreement. So it was kind of like in my opinion, because what I asked was, well, where were the officers? Like, was there, because up until now, I didn't know if it was directly in front of the courthouse, right, or not, but it was, in fact, according to Mr. and Mrs. E. Oh, excuse me. According to Mr. E, because he was there, right? So I'm sorry, I want to make sure I get that right. But according to Mr. E, because he was there, it was more of a heated disagreement or an argument between Chris and his mom, right? And the real Me Too was there. So I just took a screen grab of what they had said about it because, again, I wasn't there, and I think it's important to share people's recollections who were there for us to be able to understand more. So this one says, yes, it started with Chris and mom and his mom, right? And then Kathy and Terry Lynn got into it. And then Katie and Terry Lynn and Chris and Terry Lynn. This lasted a long time, right? Because they were upstairs. And the way that, you know, Mr. Even said, he's like, you know, we were upstairs and we were to stay away from, you know, the group, right? It's just smart, even so, you know, just to stay away and allow for that, especially if they're, you know, you're witnessing a heated exchange downstairs, right? So they were still up on the 5th floor, really just waiting for these people to move out of their way so they could leave the courthouse, you know, and so that was the account there. And then the real Me Too says Kathy stormed off. She was very pissed off. So she wasn't pleased, right, about what was going on. So I found that to be, you know, a little bit more confirmation about what kind of transpired. And now this wasn't the most recent court date that they had. This, you know, where it was Chris and Katie in court with Bullhorn Betty. It wasn't this time. It was the time before that we're referring to, right? Because there was an argument down on the courthouse. But, you know, and Mr. E said, you know, they were standing kind of, there were law enforcement that were kind of in the front. Because you know how if you go into court, you have to put like all of your items in the basket and they put it through the machine. And sometimes they'll, you know, do the little like airport thing to you as you're going in to make sure that, you know, you're not bringing anything and that you're not supposed to be bringing in, you know, and all courthouses have different rules. Like, you know, they might not allow you to bring in, you know, even recording devices, right? So your phone, stuff like that might not be might not even be able to be in the courtroom, you know, and stuff like that. So, but either way, they were kind of in that area right by the door and no one came out, you know, because it was more or less just kind of a heated exchange between a few people out there. But it did last about, I think it was like 15 to 20 minutes of kind of going back and forth. And then I suppose Chris and Terry Lynn ended up walking away together, showing she gave 2 of her phones. She had 2 phones with her, and she had given them both to Chris and showing him things on the phone is what I from what I recollect from others' recollections. So there was that, but apparently, you know, Kathy was the most angry of the bunch from that recollection. So she was very angry and upset. Chris was also angry and upset at first. Hey, telling the truth, good to see you. I know it does. It is reminiscent of Ganon Stauch's case, Tammy Carr. Yeah, rest in peace to little Ganon. I agree. Well, Letitia was saying things like, the public's going to have to apologize to me when they figure out that I didn't do anything. And it's like, Tisha, we all know that you hurt Gannon. Like, we're just trying to figure, yay, Trishy. We're just trying to figure this out, right? Like, we know that you did it. We're just trying to figure out enough information to get you on, pretty much. Yeah, thank you. Hey, Jude. Thank you so much. Telling the truth says, because they're guilty, in my opinion. Yeah, I agree. I mean, anybody that's worried about those is guilty, in my opinion, because it could go either way for anybody. It's such a rather small group of us who even probably believe that Chris and Katie are guilty because we know about the case, right? Because, we hear a lot, and we have heard a lot that, there's many people just even in the immediate area that don't know that Sebastian's missing. So when they're driving past these billboards, now they're going to know he's missing. But the pointed statements, some of which, we know. But I mean, Google it, y'all. I think that's brilliant marketing, because Sebastian Rogers is missing. And then it says, Google it, y'all. Only us. Like, our true crime community knows what that is. But that's like brilliant marketing right there. Google it, y'all. Oh, you don't know this kid's missing? This is Sebastian Rogers. He's missing. Google it. I mean, come on. Why wouldn't they want that up there? And that's Katie's own words. Google it, y'all. I just don't see how it's so bad, Hey, Babs. Babs says he is filed for sole custody or prevention of faith going to the prophets. Has she? I don't know, Babs. I think she did last year, according to JLR, because there was, and I thought it was from this year. I thought it was newer, but I think she needs to. And then also, a therapist could really help, like a third party telling how Faith feels, or at least speaking to Faith and see how she feels about having to go over there and stay with Katie, knowing that Sebastian's still missing, Brenda says, not to be nasty, but I always say small d syndrome when guys are like CP. Google it, y'all. Brenda. Well, yeah, definitely. And he's just he's very cocky, and a lot of times that is kind of a reverse. And I'll just leave it at that. Cinderella says, Annette, I am an old woman trying to do superhero movies. Cinderella. There are bikers that, yes, exactly, Freebird. There are bikers that ride for autism. Yeah, and they do good things for kids, It's like, I know that they would pass flyers out and things like that. No doubt. No doubt about it. I know they would. I just know they would. Carla, hey Carla. Carla says, I would die if I lost one of my parrots. I had to put down my German Shepherd 4 months ago. Very hard. Oh, I'm so sorry, Carla. Yeah, it's awful. Again, it's like they're part of your family. And then a lot of us as we get older, those are like our new little babies, right? You know, because obviously at a certain point we're not going to have any more kids, or we decide, you know, and it's like those are our new kids, right? Our cat, our dog, you know, whatever animals you like, you know. um oh yeah, Trishy says Freebird, I've heard of this too. Yeah. And Bab says YouTuber, I read somewhere that she had to, but no confirmation. TC says, in my opinion, this was planned to the day before all the cameras were removed from outside the home and the light bulbs removed from outside lights. Yeah, that's another reason I was thinking premeditation as well, TC. And I agree with your comment there, because, you know, even Nina said, you know, didn't you guys have, how did she put it? She asked Chris on the phone when he told her about Sebastian being missing. She said, don't you guys have, you know, cameras? And he wouldn't answer her. You know, he never did give her a definitive answer. So, you know, to Nina's knowledge, they had cameras. And then it was Dolly who drove past the house in the beginning, and there was no floodlights. But there was sockets for them, right? And then when Dolly drove past like a few months later, there were brand new lights in those sockets, right? But where were they the night that Sebastian went missing? So I agree with the premeditated factor. I do. I'm like, I would say I'm probably like 70-30, right? Because I mean, there's a small part of me that thinks that maybe they could have snapped and this was, you know, or maybe it might have been an accident. But then the rest of me is like, no, it had to have been premeditated because of little things like that. Just the little things like that would lead me to believe that. Also, the turmoil in the family leads me to believe that as well. Like there were just things that were adding up, you know, over time, that were, you know, are just kind of like red flags, right? Or little indicators. Lori said, I read that too, Babs. Aw, that's so sweet of you, YouTuber. Betty says, it looks like TB to me. Hey, Starflower. That photo is too fuzzy to tell. Okay, so I might have to go grab a different one. I should probably go I should probably go grab a different one then, from that stream. It's hard to tell from that far away too, Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom. So I think it's like, yeah. Well, that's true, Deborah. It would. It absolutely would if it's not Katie. I think that was from the surveillance cameras though that morning. So unless there's another person that has a van like hers, you know. Hey, Pale Rider. Good to see you. Oh, good night, Eric with an H. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much. It's always great to have you in. And Adam Forever 21 says, in my opinion, also hate to think it, but with all those free 17 hours, God knows what they conjured up. Yeah, I mean, that makes me pause too. And then also changing of the campers and stuff like that. It's very, it gets very muddy and it's very cloudy, even, you know, down to some of even the scents and stuff. Napanoch Father says, I only ever had one little incident with my daughter waiting for her to go into school, helping her little friend zipper his jacket. And when they opened the door, she went in without me seeing. Oh my goodness. And see, that's so scary. Like even just that little bit, you know, I mean, oh my gosh. Well, and two, if you know, you just never know what can happen from minute to minute. So, oh gosh, yeah. And it's just it's just scary. But it's like, you know, you make sure you react and hey, Poppy Love, you make sure that you react and you're looking, right? And you're like, where did she go? You know, so I mean, I will say I do believe that that is Katie driving around the neighborhood, and with the windows rolled up, it's just, again, it doesn't. It's just another thing that doesn't make sense or add up in this case, you know. Um, yeah, exactly, Betty. Exactly. Betty says, I don't care who you are, you never have the right to abuse any handicapped person. That's right. You know, you know, it's just, it's like most people understand, but Chris acts like, you know, oh, I'm right. This is how it should be. It's absolutely wrong, you know. Oh, you don't have good feelings about that picture of Summer? Oh. I'm just glad they got her name out there. I think that's so fantastic. Like, that really made me happy, you know? Napanoch father says, and when I looked up after zippering his jacket and I did not see my daughter, my heart immediately started to race and asked the lady at the door, did you see her go in? And she said, I think, and immediately, oh, found you. Panic, looking at every kid in the field to see if I see my daughter and not knowing where your daughter is for 2 minutes, truly terrifying feeling. I told her, I was a truly terrifying feeling, and I told her when I picked her up, you scared daddy. Oh, oh, Napanoch father. And that is, it's totally scary, you know, because I mean, there's just so many kids. And then, you know, like you said, you look away for 1 minute. Oh my goodness. Oh, I'm so glad you found her. And see, and that's, even you telling us a story like where you couldn't find her for 2 minutes, you know, I felt that like so much, you know what I mean? Like, I think that's the problem with Katie, you know what I mean? That's why it's just not realistic, because when you're even telling me about this for 2 minutes, uh I mean, it's unbelievable. I could just imagine, you know, what you were going through. It, geez. But when Katie tells it, it just doesn't make any sense. You know, it's all over the place. It's like, um, yeah. Well, thank you for sharing that with us. And I'm so glad that you found her. And, you know, as parents, those little things happen all the time. Um, and it's just so odd, their behavior. You know, it's just so odd. Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom says, like I said, in the ease, I personally would probably not be yelling out the window, but I would be frantically searching and running everywhere. But on the other hand, my husband would be screaming and banging on everyone's doors. I know that most wouldn't agree, but I do, but I'm not a screamer, he is. No, that makes sense to me, like, 'cause not everybody, even like Seth was saying that he remained calm too, you know? So I was saying, in Mr. Ease too, I was like, "That's a good point, Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom," because not all of us are gonna react the same, right? And then also, you know, our spouses or significant others maybe not wouldn't react the same as well, you know? We just don't know until we're in that situation. Um, but I understand that, you know. I think the speed of her car was another thing that kind of threw me off, right? Like, she was just like driving through the neighborhood, but not slowly or anything like that. Um, yeah, I would definitely, I personally would have the windows down. I know I would, but you know, and then again with the bus driver, I can say that, you know, maybe I wouldn't flag the bus driver. I think I would though. I don't know. I don't know if I would go and knock on doors yet. But then again, she went up to the school. So that was kind of odd that she went up to the school too, right? Because you would think if you saw the bus driver, they could radio the school. So I think that's why I would have went to the bus driver. Um, Plus I was always pretty friendly with her bus drivers, you know. I don't know. You know, you'd like make them something for the holidays or something like that, you know. So I would be, well, and then again, that wasn't his regular bus, I guess. So maybe she didn't know that driver, but I don't know. See, I don't know how I'd be reacting. I think I'd be flagging everybody down. I don't know that I would be knocking on doors just yet, but um Adam Forever 21 says it needs to be illegal everywhere. Children don't learn by being hit. That's just fear and teaching violence back. I agree. I agree, Adam Forever 21. Yeah. And I think it should be too, especially when somebody has special needs, because it's like they don't know the difference, right? And sometimes they'll seek out that sensory input and it's negative for them. You know, and again, it's setting a bad example, right? It's setting a really bad example. Um, I agree, Adam Forever 21, definitely. Definitely. They just need to outlaw that. And Starflower says Chris is not a disciplinarian. He's a controlling, coercive abuser. There's a very big, there are different things. Absolutely, Starflower. I agree. I agree. Completely different. Yeah, the coercive control is definitely a factor, in my opinion. You know, um, I was only spanked on your birthday. Cinderella, I'm sorry. On your birthday? Oh my gosh. See, I'm sorry to hear that. No, they don't. Bab says kids don't learn anything from being hit by any means. It damages them and creates distrust. I agree. I agree, Babs. It does. That's all it does. And nothing good can come of it. And especially when it's a step parent too. You know, again, I just feel like that would be something where I'm sure Sebastian was thinking to himself, you know, why isn't my mom protecting me from this asshole? You know, so. And that says I teach up to 17 years old and they absolutely respond to the smallest positive reinforcement, even the older kids. Right. Thank you, Annette, for sharing that. Absolutely. Absolutely. You know, we all like to be incentivized, right? Um, I mean, gosh, they do that in sales. They'll incentivize you. They'll say, okay, this is, you know, if you sell this many, this is what you get, and you know, if you do a good job, this is what you get. I mean, you know, it's so much better, and you have so much more of a positive relationship with somebody when you establish that sort of way of doing things. I mean, I think, and I think anybody responds to it. So thank you so much, Annette. That's such a great point. Yeah, Cinderella says Napanoch father, very scary. I know, I felt that. I was like, oh my gosh, that had to have been the worst, you know? Yeah, a sadistic narcissist, in my opinion, YouTuber, absolutely. Absolutely. You know? Um, aw. Oh, Babs, I'm so sorry. Oh my goodness. I don't understand why people decide that they're gonna do stuff like that. I mean, it doesn't, I don't know. I think we need to get copies of these boards and post them in our yards across the US. Yeah, really, Adam Forever 21. Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. People need to see them, and you know, it's a really poignant message, you know. Um Hey Jude. I can't wait to write him in prison. Dear Mr. Chris. Oh my goodness. Oh gosh. Building a positive relationship with children earns you more respect. Well said. And that absolutely. And that's anybody, right? That's anybody. We don't go up to each other and, you know, and say something rude right off the bat, you know? When you first meet someone, you make eye contact, you shake their hand, you know, you smile, you know, you act cordial. Um you act like you got some sense and you know, but if we walked up to each other, you know, and did something that wasn't, you know, that was socially awkward. I mean, that's, you know, that's not the best first impression. And, you know, there goes that. So, thanks, Annette. Mm. Oh yeah, Babs. Oh my goodness. Yeah. You said, she said, that'll be the last time you do that. That'll be the last time, right? Hey, Rogue, good to see you. Aw, thank you. Oh, Nabinosh father. Oh my goodness. Oh, it's Rogue's birthday. Whose birthday is it? Oh my goodness. Happy birthday, Rogue. Yay. Happy birthday, happy birthday. I'm not a good singer. You don't want me to sing to you. Um, yeah, that is a great idea, Poppy Love. I love the billboards, and the more we can get the word out for Sebastian, the better. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's what we want to do, right? I mean, and that's what you think the parents would want. All of them, you know? That's right. That's right. Aw, Babs, I know. Yeah, and you have to be like that with the kids, you know? Even if it's the other parent, you know, we have to advocate for our kids and protect them. We do. I agree, because if we don't, then, you know, it's the kids are going to wonder why, you know, why didn't my mom protect me? Why would she allow for that, you know? And I can't get over that, you know? Don't be sorry, Rogue. Don't be sorry. I'm glad you got your internet back. Oh my goodness. Oh no. Oh my goodness. Well, I'm glad you're here. And happy birthday too. And they said it was about 15 minutes of, oh yeah, 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 yeah. Meg. So Meg says, and they said it was about 15 minutes of finger pointing, and Terry Lynn showed CP her phone. Yeah, yeah, I forgot about the finger pointing. So like even Katie came out and was pointing at somebody, and I was like, oh man, I was like, you know, and then everyone was like, I wonder if they had any type of like, you know, video, right? Because we need video for this stuff so we can, you know, I mean, and like I said, I think Mr. and Mrs. E, well, Betty too, because it was her case and stuff, but they were like the most, oh, how do I say this? The most credible source that I've heard from that was at court, I think. Hopefully I'm not forgetting somebody. But it was nice hearing their perspective. And yeah, there was finger pointing in each other's faces, and you know, what was said, I'm not sure, but ah, happy birthday to you, Rogue. All right, wish. Ah, no, that's okay, Rogue. Hey, it's good. I'm glad you decided to come here. So glad to have you. Ah, that's wonderful. Carla says the courthouse here have put your purse in a locker, can't take anything inside. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Or like sometimes like lighters and stuff, you're not allowed to bring a lighter in there. I'm trying to think back. Hey, Tony Fire, good to see you. Good morning. Good morning. Um, you know, different things. Like I always carry mace and stuff, and so I would always have to like put that away if I had, you know, to go into court. Trying to think of what else. You know, some places it just depends. You know, like the lawyers can bring whatever they want in, because I know sometimes they'll have like a separate line and things like that. Um, yeah, CP is a problem no matter what he does or where he goes. He's just an arse. I agree, Cinderella. He is. Yeah. You just never know what he's gonna pull when he shows up. Hey, Vonna, good to see you. Thank you for the birthday wishes for Rogue. They need to have billboards like that up in Texas. Yeah, buddy, that's a good idea. Yeah, I think they need to be all over the place. But it's nice to put pressure locally, you know. If any judges give any custody to the Proudfoots, even for a day, they should be disbarred. Yeah, I agree, Babs. I don't think that there should be any type. I mean, I just don't see how that can help the situation with poor Faith. I mean, I just don't see how she, you know, I mean, it's got to be scary as hell for her to go. you know, so I'm just going to put this up here, guys. But yeah, it's not, it's just not fair. It's not fair to make her go to the same home where her stepbrother went missing from and expect her to be okay with going there. You know what I mean? To me, it doesn't seem right or fair. I wouldn't want to be there if that was my stepbrother, you know, that was missing. I wouldn't want to go spend time at that house. I just wouldn't. I just don't see how that's fair to her. Bab says, I agree. Excellent marketing to find Sebastian. People stuck in traffic, traveling shotgun will see the billboards and Google in their phone. Exactly. Yeah, definitely. So that's like one of the best ones, I think, is the Google it, y'all one. I'll put that one up real quick. It really is. It's a great slogan for, you know, go Google his name. Google Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. Google, you know, Google Sebastian Rogers. Put the hashtag in, you know. And Megan L says, it would be nice to think CP posted that video to piss people off, but I truly believe that's just him and his character. He shows us over and over again who he is. I agree. That is true. You know, it's just him, huh? It's just kind of the way he is. He's that kind of guy. He truly believes that. Yeah, I can see that, Meg. I can. You know, because that was my first assessment. I'm like, he just loves pissing us off, doesn't he? You know? Holly S says, is Faith even allowed to mention her mom Nina around KK? This is so dangerous, in my opinion. I think it's dangerous as well, Holly S. And I don't know. You know, it makes me wonder. I mean, while she's there, does she get a chance to call Nina if she needs to, if she wants to? Because I'll tell you what, I know that Faith is young, but I would be sending her with a cell phone. And if you need to call mommy, you call me. And, you know, they can't do anything about that. I'd put an air tag in Faith's shoes or something. I don't know. Then again, we know kids disappear without their shoes over there. Holly S says, in my opinion, this was very premeditated. Yeah. I mean, I'm pretty much all the way there. You know, like I said, there's some parts that I think, okay, it could have been, you know, a snap, but that's true, Babs. Babs says exactly, Meg. And when people show you who they are, don't doubt it. The good and the bad. I agree. I agree with that, you know. Hey, Ann Reynolds, good to see you. Yeah, she said, don't you have cameras? Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom says. Yeah. Nina says, don't you have cameras, Christopher? Something like that, you know? And he didn't answer her. Missing posters are good for the rest areas. Yeah, I think so too, Tammy. That's where I put them up when I was traveling through, was at rest areas, you know. Thanks, Rogue. Thank you. Adam Forever 21 says, I would think just his statement alone of using a belt on a child could warrant an op on him from Nina for proof to get approved. Well, yeah, and I mean, you would think the judge, you know, would take a look at that and the case as a whole, you know, knowing what we know, that he was bragging about hitting kids with the belt. He also told Terry Lynn that he well, first he said he hit Faith with the belt, but then he turned around and said he uses an open hand on her. Either way, his big old sausage fingers, you know, hitting that little girl, it makes me sick. You know, I mean, who does he think he is? What could little Faith possibly do to deserve that out of her dad that she doesn't see but Christmas and the summertime, you know? It's awful. And then you don't see this guy barely ever. And when you do see him, he's going to open hand hit you. You know, that's disgusting. I mean, in what planet is that okay? Holly S says, Cinderella, I'm so concerned one of them is going to twist off that baby. I know. I know, Holly, and that's what worries me too, is that it's just like, okay, and then he's posting this crap, you know. In my opinion, Nina could get him to talk. She might be able to, you know. I mean, Trishy says it's super weird that a security alarm installation technician would not have security alarms at their own home. It is, isn't it? It's odd. I mean, it's really, really odd, Trishy. I mean, and somebody that probably could get a very good price on them, probably discount, whatever, and have the latest technology available, you know, especially that her husband works out of town and that most of the time it's just her and Sebastian home. It's very, very strange, you know. I agree. Poppy Love says, I agree, Holly. When did they start looking into schools to send Sebastian to? Oh, that's one thing I forgot to do over my time off, was get those schools. I'm glad you said that, Poppy. I meant to get those together. Schools. And Bab says, I fear they will take off with Faith if they get custody. They have nothing to lose at this point and family money to get them out of the U.S. to a non-extradition country. Oh gosh, I hope that doesn't happen, Babs. Oh my goodness, you know? Yes, thank you, Rogue. Everything in this group is allegedly in our opinions. Please make sure you abide by Lady Freedom's rules of respect. Thank you. Thank you so much. And Sebastian's army. Yeah, and we just want to represent Sebastian well, right, Rogue? Thank you for that. Holly S says, Trishy, one of the feet channels said it's because Katie didn't want to think about work when she's home. What? Oh my gosh. That is the silliest reason. They did not say that. Oh my gosh. I can't believe they said that, Holly. Oh my Lord. I mean, what the heck? That makes absolutely no sense. That's the worst excuse ever. Whoever thought of that, you know? YouTuber says Adam Forever 21 100%. I can only guess that the New Mexico judge wasn't made aware of that, or there is something not right there, in my opinion. I mean, I can't imagine that, you know, they wouldn't be aware of what's going on, you know, in both houses. You know, so, oh, it looks like Maman is here. All right, guys, hold on one second here. Hey, Maman.
Hello, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Oh, girl, I didn't realize they changed everything. Now I get what happened with Trishy. Like, this is really different.
Is it different on your end? I was wondering that because the other day I was like, is it just mine? Did I like click into some kind of settings to make it do this? Or is this a new development in
Oh, we
the
have a
YouTube
new,
StreamYard?
yeah, you can chat like from here now. And it was connecting to my YouTube. I don't know, very complicated for me. Technology is very different.
I know. Well, when they make changes and they don't tell you, like I didn't get an email to be like, your screen's going to be different or anything. So,
Yeah, we're in chat now at least, though. Like I can see the chat, so that's nice.
oh, good. Okay, so that's different. Like, well, then there's this big button that says share the referral link. And I'm like, well, I don't want to share the referral link in here necessarily because, you know, I don't know how many YouTubers don't use, I think everybody uses StreamYard.
Oh, is that what that is for? I was gonna ask you because I was like, is it your referral link for the memberships? Because I don't want to click it and then share some God knows what.
Right. No, it'll be like your referral link because they keep dropping it in the description too,
Yeah.
like automatically. So it's like, like say you didn't use StreamYard yet, but you clicked the link and started it out, then I would get like, I don't know, I think it's like $5 or something. But I think everybody uses it?
Oh, yeah. Every time I use it, I post it. But it's funny because they also have it in chat. You're right. That's hilarious.
I'm like, and it's such a big button, and I try not to hit it every single time. It's like I hit it again. I'm like, oh my gosh. So you've actually seen some of the billboards because the one I put on my thumbnail was the one that you had sent me, and I thought that that was really interesting, and I kind of wanted to know what you think of the billboards.
Well, I know that they're putting the addresses up. I just got to find what happened because I was driving, back and forth, back and forth. And
Mm-hmm.
then I want to go back and check them out because I think they're phenomenal. I can't understand anybody that wouldn't want missing children's like pictures
Mm-hmm.
of missing children.
Yeah, and summer too, how wonderful is that? After all this time, some are getting the billboard exposure, too. I would be thanking dog if I was Candace and Don. I don't know how they feel about it, but I would be honored. Hey, Sammy.
Well, there's a lot of things that don't make sense between the cases, right? You were talking about that not long ago.
Mhm.
A lot of similarities that you can look at with different cases, and sadly, that seems to be one of people not exactly looking right when you think they should be in certain ways. Kind of, move along.
Yes, because it's like she doesn't have somebody that's looking for her right now. It just seems like her parents have, I don't know if they've given up or if I just don't see them out doing anything or hear about it, but it just kind of seems like she doesn't have that advocacy, but now she's on the billboard, so I'm thinking um I think it's a good positive direction for. And do you know, Sammy's asking, do you all know which billboard was taken down? Have you heard that one was taken down?
I heard somebody sharing clips of one of the panels, one of the hosts saying that they were the one down and they were working on getting others removed. But I
Oh,
haven't heard anybody officially say, oh, yes, we had one removed.
I didn't
And,
either.
you know, nobody's going to know what those sayings would mean unless you have a guilty conscience. The average person that
Mm,
doesn't know who it is not going to be offended. They're going to look into the case. Who would not want that?
exactly. I'm just kind of posting them up right now. Who took me? Why would that be offensive to anybody?
Google it, y'all.
The Google, that one's the best. I think that one's the best marketing ever because that's what people would do, right? They wouldn't think of it like, oh, Katie Proudfoot, if unless they knew the case like we do. But I mean, just somebody driving past is going to think, oh, okay, I'll Google Sebastian Rogers, in all
Please.
innocence.
Absolutely. That's the one I think where the stadium is. Because those are the ones that I got from the at night in Hong, I think, right? I think that's the stadium one.
I think so too. Yeah, because it says Citizens Bank Park. Is that in Nashville?
No, I think Philadelphia is the one that they got like the
That's right, Phillies. Okay.
contract with. But the one that I saw was when I was coming back and it's the same exit. I was trying to figure out what the highway is because sometimes they take 24 and then the other one I think is 70. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Horrible. And it's
No,
where
it's
I get
okay.
off for the Children's Hospital in Nashville. Because I saw it, I was like, that's a little girl. That's Summer Wells. I was like, this is amazing. And now I
Mm-hmm.
gotta go. I want to go out and, you know, share it with you because I think it brings a lot more attention to, like, I'm tired of people saying things that don't exist. They're like
Mm-hmm.
ridiculous. They need to see these and see how powerful they are and have it in their face. And if we could show it on the live streams, I think that puts it in people's faces as well, right? Online.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And I don't think, like I said, most people, and especially like in the Philadelphia area, then, um, is that right? I'm sorry. Did I say that right?
That's in the Philadelphia area, yeah. And
Okay, I
now,
want
but
to.
they're
I'm
in
just as bad, so
Tennessee.
I know I want to make sure I say it right.
Yeah,
So, I mean, most of those people are probably not going to know. Like a very small percentage of people probably know about Sebastian being missing there.
honestly, even here in Tennessee, I meet way too many people that have no idea.
Yeah. See, that always makes me so sad to hear that
Yeah,
because
because
I,
they'll
I
see
would
the
think there'd
flyer
be
on the
more.
car. And I
Yeah.
think I'm sure a lot more people knew when it was happening, obviously, right? And but I don't know. It's just every single time, though, I know when Bullhorn Betty's in town because there's always a new what's it called? Yard sign. The what do they call them? They're like the yard signs, like the realtor
Mm-hmm.
signs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
There's
Yard signs. Yeah. Yeah.
always two new ones on the main road, which is the main road of Clarksville, where Wilma Rudolph Boulevard, they call it. And I have to go that way for one of the children's therapies. And I
Mm-hmm.
always know, I'm like, oh, somebody with Bullhorn Betty or Seth must have come through here because they put a new one every single time and it stays. And I love that.
Aw.
Like the ones that I see in Clarksville have always stayed. And the ones that I've seen over in Hendersonville and even Gallatin, I've never, they don't stay. So I find that really
Mm.
odd.
Right. I find that to be really odd too.
Even
Hmm.
for Sebastian's birthday, like the few places we went, we asked them, if we could just put a flyer and a green balloon. Everybody said yes, you know. So it's
Oh, that is so sweet.
because other people could be doing that instead of complaining and wanting them taken down, in my opinion.
Well, that's mine as well, I mean, it's like I don't know who would be fighting to do that. I mean, obviously I have a good idea of who we're referring to, but it again, it's weird. It's like why though? Um because they could pay to put their own billboards up and that could counteract it instead of having it taken down. I mean, it really could. They could pay for a spot on this blip billboard here at Citizens Bank Parkway and say, Sebastian Rogers is missing and we don't know where he is or whatever they want. But I mean, to have it taken down, I feel that way too. It's wrong. It's just wrong.
They could have shared all the billboards more than they did when they allegedly had them all running.
Yeah, because there was a bunch that were running. Was it? You're talking about the Duchess for the missing ones, right? That she had put up, I think.
Well, they rolled it all over. At least that's when I was trying to follow the chain of events. It looked like everybody kind of, it started with her, then it rolled to the next one and the next one, and then they kind of all combined.
Oh, I see. Okay. Oh,
It's
okay.
interesting. It's hard, but it's interesting if you go back to some of the lives. And it's, when you have that amount of money, you can have the blips up for a long time. So it's just, I think that, we could, if people would stop the nonsense and they could do some good, they could pepper the whole areas, the main areas with
Mm-hmm.
missing Sebastian signs in summer. And I think that's phenomenal because
Yes. Me
people
too.
really don't know. And it makes you like, I've never seen it marketed like this. It reminds me of like, it's the 2025 milk jugs, the
Yeah.
gallon on the milk containers.
Yeah, absolutely. It is, and it's just it's great to see both of these kids up there. I don't see any problem with it. I don't see what could have been the issue, you know.
The
Um
attention. I mean, it's really captivating. It makes people want to look into it. It's not just your typical, missing sign. The way that they're able to put the pictures together, I think, is so important, really important for bringing in an audience of people that a lot of people don't really want to look into missing kids and certain things because it hurts your spirit, right? It's sad.
it is.
but I really think these types of billboards, and they make a profound impact at reaching the people that you normally would not come across.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And it's a wider audience. It's places where they might not typically see them. I mean, again, Tennessee is pretty far away from the Philadelphia area. I mean, so if we have Summer's face up there, I mean, who knows? Because some people do think that she was a victim of, you know, CT,
Yeah.
or trafficking. So, I
And that's
mean, the
one of the
further out we can get her, I
yeah,
mean,
that's one of the hubs, and then New York. Yep.
Detroit Rock City, we have Momming It Up with us tonight. I'm sorry I put the billboards up over us. Hey, Mountain Mama. Um,
Hi, Detroit Rock City. It's funny because earlier they said they had they had to restart their YouTube app, and the same thing happened to me. So I have to check and see if maybe they did an update, because I thought my
oh,
phone was a goner because it went black.
oh no. Okay, because I remember seeing that earlier. Yes. During Mr. and Mrs. E's.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. That's what, yeah, and I don't know. I wasn't experiencing anything like, I was seeing the chat, you know, pretty well and stuff like that. But they may be working on different updates within the StreamYard app. So, or, well, we don't use the app, we use the, um, the search bar to when we use it. But yeah, I was wondering about that to see if maybe, something happened there. Um, but I haven't had any like experiences in this live. So, um, Annette says that SF was gloating on X last week about a letter he sent to the Billboard people to take them down. See, and that's I just can't believe that. I mean, what does he have to gain from that, you know?
It's the most bizarre. I've never in my life, I mean, it's like psychology reversed. Like, who asks to take, I know,
Hmm.
mind boggling.
It's like living in an alternate universe. Every time you turn around, there's something weird and, that can't really even be explained, going on, and that's kind of how I've been kind of approaching it day to day. What's going to happen today that, is so drastically different from what we were used to seeing yesterday. Because it's just odd. It's odd. Like, it's like the what's bad is good and what's good is bad, and you see people that were supporting and you know um doing positive, and now you see them overdoing negative, or with people who do negative. So it's always like you think about, you know guilty by association, if you will, or something like that. But it's like we just keep seeing that all over, and it's just weird.
It's nonsensical. Like, it really is the most bizarre. I mean, it makes people look like they're guilty. When you're asking for a billboard of a
Hmm.
missing child, it makes it look like you're guilty knowledge of some sort. It just doesn't make any rational sense to me. But I think it's important. Let people see how bizarre this is, right? It just makes, hopefully, it's just making Ellie, pay a little more attention. Because
Right.
these
Well,
are people that are hired, right? So they're just doing what they're told, allegedly, potentially.
yes, and I think that is another good thing to put a little bit more pressure on law enforcement. And I'm not saying that, in a bad way or anything like that. I just think that them seeing that is a reminder, and will create more urgency, just, very
Maybe give them more confidence, right? Because DAs need confidence, especially after Casey Anthony. We never want to go through that again.
right, right. Well, that's a good point, and I mean, I really do think that it will kind of show them a little, yeah, that they have the support of others as well. I mean, that's huge. Hey, I got change. Nice to see you. Um, Oh yeah, stay sensitive in the chat, guys. Just foul play, met with foul play, please, because I know, um, yeah. Poppy Love says getting CP getting so triggered, he's so controlling, and more he tries to control things, the more is happening that he just can't control, and hopefully he will talk and show he's all but admitting. Well, I mean, what do you think about that, Mom? And because I agree.
Oh yeah, this is incredible to watch because he definitely responds, and with every response is a new mysterious change. But sometimes when I look at it, right? Not no pun intended to hindsight, if hindsight's in here, but hindsight is 2020,
Mm-hmm.
and it almost seems calculated. Like sometimes it's intentional, the slip ups with certain things, and almost like he always, expected to get cuffed one day or something, in my opinion. And just adding this layer of deception to confuse the jury. And I don't know, it's just interesting because they're so organized and scripted, right? And very calculated, it feels like that this stuff,
Yeah,
you know.
I definitely see that element of being calculated and kind of, more like sly. Because I don't like to say they're smart, but I think there is a level of like sly slickness involved, you know?
Because like you have to actually have a StreamYard set up. You have to send out the link, and nobody's gonna say, "Hey, cool your britches," like calm yourself, or just
Hmm.
very interesting.
Right, exactly. Hey, Maleficent, exactly. Well, and it was also just like the hashtags they had brought up and things like that, that they were worried about the hashtags. But, as we were explaining, it's like you can at somebody and that means that you want them to see what you put out. But hashtags are just like pretty much organizing categories, right, that people can search. So if somebody's searching the Sebastian Rogers case, we put hashtag Sebastian Rogers so that way people can, you know, find the videos that have Sebastian's content in it.
Yeah, that's how it works. And hi, Poppy Love, and hi, Rogue, and hi, who was that? Wait, Maleficent.
Yeah.
Sorry, the chat's slow for me on my end right now.
No, it's okay. Detroit Rock City says, so what terrible things was CP saying on Facebook? Anyone else see it? I don't do Facebook. I'll show it really quick. I will
Oh, can
show.
you? Because I didn't get a chance to watch it yet.
Yeah, so we were
Wait.
kind of talking about this earlier tonight, and it was like, this is his post, right? So, Chris Proudfoot, amen, say it louder for those in the back, right? And he basically reposted this gentleman here, his reel. And let me go down to this reel.
If you spank your kids with a belt, that's called abuse.
That's why your kids try to kill you when there's no juice. You let them bite and kick and scream. Then you cry when they call you mean. You're supposed to raise your kids, but they raise you. You put your kids on a leash and wonder why. They turn 16 and want everyone else to die. It's cause they thought that they were dogs. Then they learned this thing called laws. And 16 is way too old to pout and cry. Now my mama and my pa ain't play that shit. Gotta be with a belt, a broom, a spoon, sometimes a switch. Spare the rod, spoil the child. While your kids be running wild, popping pills and snorting powder just for kicks.
Jesus.
Yeah, so that was his latest post, and it was 3 days ago. So, right before Easter. And basically, the way I took it too, even watching it like a third time now, um, he's mocking the situation, and then Sebastian telling that this was happening. And that's just my take.
I understand that there's a lot of people that have different parenting styles and times have changed, but I
Mhm.
don't know anyone that uses any, I've never heard of anybody using physical discipline on an older child like that. I've heard of people giving a spanking real quick if a child goes to run out in front of a car,
Mm-hmm.
right? Or something like that. And,
Sure.
but this, like, it's just so atrocious to me that here we are, 14 months, and you are proud of hurting a child and a young man that had two different conditions. Like, you're disgusting, in my opinion. Like, there's
Yeah.
nothing, the majority of people are not looking at you like in a good light. This is really beyond gross.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
not relatable because Sebastian was a young man with a physical and a cognitive, like, are you, ugh, you know me, I'll go off on a rant.
No, it's okay. I mean, because I'm interested to know. But I mean, it's also it's like I was kind of saying earlier. Most people watching this might not realize, like, but the people that know Sebastian's story realize what he's saying here. Basically that it's okay what he did.
How
Hey
now?
Gigi.
Like 14 months in. Let that sink in. Like, he's had all this time to learn from it. And instead, we're bragging about physically hurting a special, like, essentially somebody with special needs. Are you
Right.
like,
Oh, I agree. And he could have just said he was sorry and that he regretted it or something, and I mean, especially like, it's kind of like you would feel that guilt forever. Like, I can't believe, the last time I saw him, I spanked him or something, It reminds me of Stevie Stainer's case. His dad was a spanker, and he did spank Stevie right before Stevie was abducted, and he really never forgave himself for that. And so when we see Chris's reaction, it's just kind of strange, that he wouldn't feel that guilt. Like you said, 14 months later, he's still, bragging about it. So, um, yeah.
every dog has its day, they say, right? And I hope that's
Yep.
not a bad saying because I really do got to get up to the times with certain sayings. Because I was raised by my nanny and Pop Pop, and Nanny's gone, but Pop Pop's 94. So that doesn't mean anything bad, does it? Every dog has its day.
No, I
Okay.
don't think so. I think it just means that, everybody, if you do bad things, you're gonna have your day to, of judgment for it. I don't think it's bad at all. I think it fits really well to this, what we're talking about, because, eventually he'll have to answer for what he's done. I hope.
Oh,
Uh,
I know. The smugness of him, like, God doesn't like ugly, right?
mhm.
And oh, just
That's a good
like
that's a good word
unbelievable.
for him, is, smug. Definitely.
And this is what happens, though, isn't it? A lot of times, like, you see people and throughout history of crime in different cases, and they're comfortable, and especially like those bank robbers, they go on all the different, and then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, when you least expect it.
Yeah, because there's got to be a little something there, Oh, is it happy birthday, Maleficent? Happy birthday. Yeah, but yeah, there's just something, there's something to be said about it, because it's like, you know, he's gonna have to face the music one day. I mean, he's just going to have to. Um, in my opinion, just because the especially as of late, we've seen a lot of behaviors that are just not becoming of a parent that lost their child. Like, it's just not normal. And I know that not everybody acts the same way, but I don't know.
No, it's
Yeah, so
just
there
like
there are
it
real
really is.
billboards, Max. There are real billboards. that are actually saying, like this
But
one
these
is
are
a good.
real, yeah.
I should have pulled that one in that I posted on the thumbnail. I meant to, and I didn't. It doesn't look like I did.
Don't you
But
worry, there's some of us here that will go live stream them, so good luck with that rumor mill. Not that you're starting rumors or not. I'm just saying, not you, Lady Freedom, the
yeah,
person in chat. I think it's going to be good to go out and live stream them because it's helpful and we're going to squash rumors, as Seth said.
yeah, I think it's a really, really good idea, because it's like we need to see them out in action, and then also people saying, "Oh, well, we're going to take them down." Just letting people know, hey, they're not going anywhere. They are
Nope.
definitely up and running.
Listen, I will sit there I have to do so much driving back and forth, but with what's going on in this case and how it affected my family's personal life, even my husband, he would go out and live stream them when he has time after work, if we have to every day. Like,
Nice.
we have to do stuff to make things a little easier. It might not make sense to some people, but I think it does help. It does help,
Oh, absolutely. And just showing people like, hey, they're up.
Yes.
It's
And we
not.
can
It's
add to them, there's a lot, anybody can get billboards. So everybody can go put one up themselves if they want,
absolutely.
I'm sure if we asked, they wouldn't mind using one of the thumbnails or something. I don't have permission. I didn't ask, but I can't imagine that anybody would say no, I ever,
No, well, and Mr. and Mrs. E even said that too. Like the billboards, the blip ones are the most cost effective where you can get, like, because it's
Yeah.
not like a stationary billboard, because they change.
They better be
Um,
careful. They're gonna have billboards, Lady Freedom's raw narratives.
oh no, I
And mom and
know.
up the psycho coming to your
Well, that's what I said. They could always, they can always put their own billboards up, but it's like, but I don't see what the point would be if they didn't put Sebastian's picture at least, and even the $50,000 reward, because I know there was a lot of talk about them discrediting the reward that's posted by At Night, and then most people saying, well, there's only really a $50,000 reward because the FBI you know has
No,
put that reward up.
it's the shock factor too. Like, I
True.
can see everybody's different opinions, and I think it's ridiculous. Okay. There is never a day that you're going to get me to downplay a reward, because if somebody needs a reward without first off, if somebody truly needed that substantial amount of money for some sort of safety and protection, that dog and Hong and everybody's going to protect that person and help them. So
Oh,
there is no
absolutely.
reason. Yeah. So if that was the only scenario where money truly was for like somebody's family safety or their safety, it's not going to be with stipulations like that anyway. So it's just too much for me to see any of the logic behind it, because you'd want people to see it and to come forward and be comfortable, and people will help and protect them and take care of them if that was truly what's the problem. Because that's the
Right.
excuse people have given me. And I'm like, but I can't see your logic. They're like, because you don't understand, if somebody else's what if somebody else's family's in danger and that's the only way they could be safe? Then I guarantee you have Vinnie Politan, Nancy Grace, Jennifer Kloffendaffer, you, Justin, Smiley. Hey
Mm-hmm.
Jude would be out there with a bullhorn at that point. There would be people
Right.
all over that would be doing everything if we had to raise funds for immediate distribution to protect a family. Like, come on, let's be logical. Like,
Well, and I think
it
there's
is a
not a lot of
real
logical
award.
thought put into it. Like that's such a great point. There's just not any logic put into it, and so it's just very
No,
difficult at that point.
exactly.
Um,
So then all other alternatives, everything would make sense with the way the rewards are set up. And it's just, I can't see any angle of it. Every, reason doesn't add up to me. And yeah, put up the 50,000 then, because 50,000 is a lot of money too. You know, I mean, this is just weirdness.
50,000 is a lot of money. It is. Like
That would be
that's
life changing at this point with this economy for me. And I'm not, you know, saying, but I think for all of us, that would be life changing potentially.
oh gosh, yeah, 250,000, even so, and I mean, there could be a lot of good to do with that money too. And the person who, say somebody did receive the reward money, they could always turn right back around and put it on Summer,
Yeah.
because she would need to be found, or any of these kids that are out there, gosh, all of those shady characters around Michael Monkey Vaughn's case. I mean, put that reward up for him and see what happens, because
Yeah.
those people are questionable and like to throw each other under the bus, and
I told you
so
what I would do. It's kind of like, it's funny when we had the little chit chat about, because, you know, when you always think, oh, if I won Powerball or all the things, and then you have your list of people that you would want to bless. And like, and I said with Sebastian's, I would take a little bit to start, you know, a place where parents can go and have lunch, and any type of child with special needs could socialize. Like I was telling you about the one we used to go to in New York.
mhm.
And then obviously having all the animals and having the water therapies and a big, huge, you know, figure of Sebastian and Seth and everybody in the front. Like it would be funny. It was like, you know, because it would be an honoring thing, and then the rest would roll over for whoever else was in need. And I guess for me, I don't understand how so many people are just, they're able to disconnect and not have like human emotion and think like that, you know? I just, I'm
Yeah,
done.
it's hard to imagine, because I think I do that just naturally, like use my experiences, but then also, I try to think of it critically, but I also, can't help but think of it like as from a mom's perspective, or even a parent, you know what I mean? Because like I said, even in the beginning, you kind of think, well, you know, I'm a mom too. What was Katie thinking? Or, what was her thought process? Or you try to, as a mom, we identify with the moms right away. We don't identify with the dads right away, in my opinion. And,
No,
or at least I don't. I always try to identify
no.
with the mom, first. But in this case, I've definitely identified with, Seth more. And then also, just what Napanoch father was saying earlier, he was helping another little one zip their jacket up, and his daughter had walked in the school, and next thing he knows, he didn't she wasn't in his view anymore, and that's just so scary. And just reading his story, reading his story, what he was telling us, I felt it, like the urgency, the fear, the not knowing. And he said that he was asking around, did you see my little daughter go in the school yet? And things like that. So it's just that kind of, you know, you can
It's a
identify
hard,
with it. You know what I mean? It's just, but I can't, it's hard to identify with Katie, in my opinion.
I
It just
can't
really
identify
is.
with that woman at all now. Forget it.
Mm-mm.
I tried to, I tried really hard because people are like, oh, you can get so tunneled with covering cases. Be careful. And no,
Hmm.
I'm sorry. There's just way too much for me as a person. I just can't. Nope. Not, we're almost in May, and you guys are sitting in court next to people that have done everything to horribly talk about not only the father of your child, but your child, in my opinion. So, and real quick,
Yeah.
what do you like? Is there anything that you can think of? And I'm wondering if anybody in chat, any reason whatsoever to downplay a reward or to not want billboards? It's like two questions, but I
Hmm.
honestly cannot think of a logical reason,
Well,
even if
and I
it's from an illogical
understand.
person.
Yeah, well, exactly right. And we expect them to be logical, but we know they're not. But I mean, honestly, in terms of the billboards, or excuse me, in terms of the reward stipulations, I understand that there's stipulations on every reward put out. Even the FBI has certain stipulations, right? Like the arrest and conviction.
Yeah, of course.
Um, things like that. But I don't think that those things are as important as finding Sebastian. And so to me, I kind of think of it like I'm not trying to find Sebastian because of the reward, um, that you might, that I may or may not get. It's more of an urgency to find him. But I understand that people who are motivated by money are going to think of it a little bit differently. Um, not that we're not all motivated by money, but because we are. I mean, we just all are. But um,
But you wouldn't ever want to downplay it if it's somebody that
no.
you want found, because those types of people, you would want them to think they're going to get $100 million if necessary. And I wouldn't ever put past the power of Americans to come together, especially with God, to raise any amount that was ever needed for anybody ever. I mean, look at what we go through on an international level when we have hostages and things like that. So
Right.
where it's coming from is what gets me confused. It just seems so weird.
You're absolutely right, though. Why would you ever want to, you would think the parents of the missing child would be upset if people were downplaying it, because then that takes away from the
Finding your kid.
point of it, right? Yeah, because if people don't take it seriously, then it's like, what are we doing it for then? It's like, yeah, you would never want to downplay it, in my opinion. Never, ever.
It's
It's odd
interesting.
that they are, you know?
It is. And what's interesting to me is like, so my son, he went into the army. So he was doing Marines, and then he ended up going into the army because he wants to do, what's it called? Air assault, or it's where they get dropped out of the helicopters, because he's going to pursue it
Oh,
to
cool.
Ranger. I can't remember the exact name. I think it's air assault. But we were just chatting the other day, and we've been writing back, and all the stuff that you do as a mom. And
Ah.
it was interesting because he was making me think of everything with the case and stuff. And I said to him, can you believe, because he asked me, did they find Sebastian yet? Did they, anybody arrested? Like, when I mean my family prays and talks, like, people have no idea because we're private with it. We all pray all the time, even my son that's over there in boot camp. So he was saying, what's interesting to him is that psychologically, he thinks the reason that the parents might be wanting the billboards down is because then it also inadvertently tells people there's no reason to look, because you're already mad. Like, most people are going to be suspicious. Oh my goodness. Why would the
Mm-hmm.
parents, like, oh, they've already, you're never going to find the person. Like, don't even bother looking. It's very weird. It's all
Wow,
weird.
that is very, yeah, that's actually, I mean, a very strong statement, and it makes a lot of sense, that, I mean, because and we've kind of picked up on that I mean, from the beginning. I think a lot of people were talking about it in the beginning too, was just like, why would you look for something that you already know
Yeah.
where that person is, or what, if or one analogy I think was like, if you already know where your keys are, you're not going to look for them because you already know
Hmm.
where they are, type of a thing. But on a deeper level, a child, or your child, it's yeah, that makes a lot of sense, um
Because that hurts that the most, right? They want, if you listen to some of the hate channel clips and stuff, because I can't sit there and watch their stuff. It seems like they love to, push he might not be here anymore, when it's so important to not do that, because he very well could be here. And you need people to know about him and to be looking for him, to know what he looks like, what his name is, to know, what his dad's name is even, or, anybody that we publicly know of, obviously, so that if you ever run across him. And it's just interesting when you're doing the opposite of that on all ends. It makes you really want to put up the billboards everywhere, because for me anyway, it just made me realize, like, he really could be, among us somewhere. Why do you not want his picture of his current age ever to be shown from the beginning of your Fox and Friend?
Right. Those pictures were quite old. I mean, I couldn't I couldn't with a straight face say, okay, well, maybe they didn't have any current ones, but those ones were, I mean, Sebastian looked like that's when they first started dating. You know what I mean? Chris and Katie, I mean.
Yeah,
Um,
he was
he,
little.
he was little, you know, um, and that's not helpful for people who are out there. Say if they did see him someplace, they would be looking for a younger person, not, like you said, somebody. And now we have to even think of it, I mean, even more that he looks older because he turned 16,
Yeah,
during this time. So, um, yeah, it's all very odd that his mother wouldn't want to put out because she even put out the older picture of them at the Texas Roadhouse. I'm assuming that's the one that she gave to the TBI,
yeah.
because yeah, they put their stamp on it. So, I mean, and some people were like, well, yeah, but that was given, or that was chosen by the TBI. And it's like, yeah, but where did they get it from? It had to have been from Katie
Exactly. And it was very early on. So it's like
very
within the
early.
first day, right? In the morning, I think.
Yes, yes. That was one of the first pictures I
Coronation.
saw. Because I
I
figured
wonder
that
how,
was, the day at the Texas Roadhouse. I had heard that, that they had gone there, and I just assumed that it was that night. But then whenever I saw the actual night and the Texas Roadhouse footage, which was also, a trigger in my opinion too, or we saw them get very triggered by the Texas Roadhouse footage coming out. Um, I realized though that that was not the same picture that, we all thought, obviously Sebastian's wearing different clothes, Katie's wearing different clothes, her hair's different,
yeah.
um, they're not sitting on the same side of the bench as they were, or excuse
No.
me, of the booth, so it's just like there were a bunch of things that my brain was like trying to process when I saw it. I'm like, wait, this is actually the actual night. The other picture was not,
It was very interesting to me because the pictures that are on these billboards reflect much more, of what he may be looking like now, even if he grew a little bit. And I was wondering, I'm like, I
hmm
wonder if that, is the biggest trigger is the, more current as opposed to the wording.
right. Well, and that could be it too. I mean, because even, yeah, and these ones, it's all the, more current pictures that
Yep.
we were used to seeing. Um, and this one, I mean, it looks, I mean, I didn't see this one until today. This sign scares them. I didn't see it until just today. Um, and I thought, oh wow, so they have more, that they're campaigning with. Which, I think again, if I just saw that, I would be thinking who is afraid of this billboard, who is this kid Sebastian? And it would definitely make me think about, finding out more information about him, which is, I guess, I'm guessing, without hearing from at night, I think that's the whole point, that's the whole point of
Yeah.
this.
It's fantastic. And I think that, a lot of it is incredibly helpful for Sebastian, and not only just Sebastian, but I think it could really be helpful, for God forbid when somebody else is missing, because this is something sadly that won't end, right? We just,
hmm
oh, it's one of those things. And this is what you do, get those billboards up, and it's just
Oh yeah, absolutely. And spread awareness as much as you can, and especially if that's the information that we have that we can use against whoever, is responsible, then I think that, you know, we would be doing Sebastian a disservice if we didn't put him up. Same thing goes with Little Summer, I don't see anybody getting upset. Like what is there to be upset about with this?
And I understand, Maleficent. I think we all understand that. But if you think about the deeper reasons and maybe, I don't know how to word it right. But yeah, I mean, there's certain things I can think of, but they're all like that. That's the thing. I was trying to pull up the FBI ones and stuff, but my whole thing was that so we counteract that,
Oops.
that have to come into place for all different reasons with rewards and stipulations. And, it's just there's a lot of legalities. But my whole thing is that if somebody honestly had info that they truly, for some reason, it was a financial thing, there would be people rallying around to help. But you know what I mean?
Oh
Like,
yeah. Oh yeah. People love to help
so
with things like that. They do.
and it's so different for all of us to talk about stuff like this than the parents downplay, because you would never want to highlight a deterrent if it was your child in any way, shape, or form, I think is all we mean.
Yeah, that's a really good point. That's a great point. Well, and even this one, removing this does nothing but make me vanish twice. So if
It's,
you're willing to take down one of these billboards, you're basically helping Sebastian vanish from people's, you know, vocabulary, lives, thought, think, not even a thought process, but, just thinking about Sebastian, um, it's just
I
so important,
see what one would ever warrant somebody to feel that we should agree to remove the missing child's billboard that we are claiming to want to help. Like, I can't understand. Like, I haven't seen one that it just doesn't cross lines like that to me. As an average person, who would, like, what billboard triggered this? Do you know what I mean? Like, what one? Do we know?
Well, I know there were see, these ones were the first ones that I loaded in here, was like this one, "Who Took Me?" But
Yeah.
see, that's not really pointed in a negative direction either way, because, I mean, maybe it might make me think of the parents, but if I didn't know, again, the story, I might drive past and think, "Oh, I wonder who did take that little boy. Somebody took him?"
Yeah.
That's what I'd be thinking. And then even these ones, what did I do?
Yeah.
Again, I might think of the parents, but I wouldn't particularly think of one set of parents or the other. Um, any of these can really be looked at either way, not really for, Seth or not. And even Meg had made a really good point, like, so, Seth realizes that people could be looking at these and thinking negative, thoughts upon him, or, look at him and wonder, where's your son? But, in the same way, he doesn't care about that. He could care less what people think. He just wants his son found, you know?
Yeah, I would think of everything across the board, right? Because we know statistically it's usually a parent or a relative or somebody close. My mom
Hmm.
automatically go to a mom or a dad. At this point, if it's on a billboard, to be honest, I'd probably be thinking, oh my gosh, was it a coach? Was it what happened? Like, was it
Oh, that's a good point.
like, oh my gosh, did a teacher do something? Like, you know,
Hmm.
I don't know. Like, that's why I can't understand, like, what billboard is it that made people so triggered? It's just weird to me.
There was one that I don't have uploaded in here, and it said "Silence is red rum." And I think that might have been one point of contention. Um,
Yeah, but
because
that was,
and I agree with the sentiment. If you're silent, it's just as bad as,
yeah.
if you have knowledge and you're silent, it's just as bad as you did something, right? Because it's like guilty by association, guilt, accessory after the fact, however.
But we know one person hasn't been silent. So it would take a little time for the average person. They would have to really dig in to form their own opinion on that. Nobody knows, like you were saying. Like, the people that are seeing these don't know the story. Sadly, there's not that many of us as in the bigger scheme of things. There's over like 7 million people in Tennessee and over
Mm-hmm.
a million in America. 1 or 2,000 people on average in a chat, maybe. I think some of the stats I was looking at, 40 to 80,000 views was like the collective, I think, from like Laura Lodge, some of the biggest.
Mm-hmm.
So it's so small, like
I
hardly.
know that's what kills me too is like, I might have at any given, on a really good night where the chat is full, I might have like 200 people in here, but why would they be upset about a smaller channel like mine showing things like this, on such a level of, I mean it's like it's such a small level of us that know the story, or that are discussing these billboards, knowing what um, the connotation may or may not be,
Well,
I
I think
mean,
he's out there somewhere, and or there's also answers because they don't want this out.
right. And there's a reason why they wouldn't want it
Mhm.
out. I mean, there's a reason, and then also we see, people kind of shifting their allegiances, I guess you could say. I hate to put it that way because I know many of us are, you know, um,
If
just
you're
want Sebastian found. It doesn't matter how or how it happens. We just want him found. But I mean, when we're thinking about the fact that he's going to need some justice, then that's what kind of brings us to
yeah,
the alternative of who could have done this, who could have taken him, who could have done something to hurt him or taken him away from his family for this long. Because I think it's more of a general consensus at this point that Sebastian didn't just like walk off, right?
oh, yes. And
You
honestly,
know?
if he did, there would be a reason, obviously, but I don't think so. And
Sure.
I guess
Yeah,
we know now then, right? Then if we'll have to find out, because if that's the one that was the trigger point, then there we go. We focus more on the silencing aspect. And I guess I know what I'll be doing for shows for the next month or two. I'll be focusing more on that and highlighting more of the statement analysis side of that. I'll go get some cases out on that. That's my
absolutely. I think it's worth
whatever.
looking into just because that was the first one that I saw and reposted on my Facebook. But you know how YouTube is with the words on here, so I decided not to load that one in, but it did. It said silence is red rum.
Yeah.
And I mean, I would have to agree with that. I couldn't
Mm.
disagree with that and say no, it's okay that they're being quiet.
Interesting.
Um,
It triggers a lot of times. Well, we can sue for this. We can this very. I'm just noting this for myself. It's interesting.
Oh yeah, yeah, absolutely. Well, and it's important for us to, like you said, to find the little kind of nuances that are very triggering because at the very least we can understand why, but also I think it speaks volumes about if somebody did in fact do this to Sebastian, why they wouldn't want the word out, so to speak. You know,
Exactly.
because these
And
to me are not anything. I mean, what did I do? You know, that it just doesn't. Now, I cried and you lied. To me, that one probably would single out someone, you know, but not that the public would know about
yeah.
necessarily. It's just,
Sorry, guys. My brain's a little slower right now because I did a
hey,
lot of
Chloe.
stuff. So that's why I'm like, I'm just like when I talk and want to remind myself, sometimes I talk a lot to think, like as I'm thinking of things and I'm going through things in my head. That's why I'm like, you already know this. That's why I'm saying it to note it for myself because I know you already.
No, that's
I'm
good
kind
though.
of
I think it's good to kind of get conversations and ideas out though, because that's a good way for us to kind of, I mean, I think anything we can do to work together to shift the focus and to keep it on Sebastian is important. Um, And these billboards are really where it's at right now, because they're very much being talked about everywhere, not even just from one side or the other,
Definitely. And have a good night, Kathy. And not to change the subject, but like Betty was saying, the birthmarks and things. Yeah,
Hmm.
that's stuff, but like, see, this is why I get so passionate about how it seems so calculated what's gone on with Sebastian from one side, right? Because
Hmm.
that is what his dad was doing in the beginning. They were, everybody was trying to get us to know his current appearance and all these different things for current identifying reasons, or if you had come across them, right? And
Sure.
people literally said that's not what he looked like. It's against the law to change the flyers. Remember all that nonsense? To get
I
to think
do.
those things weren't real and to keep him in our minds as if he was like a little child. It was just ridiculous. But you're right, because a lot of times I forget how many people don't know that, and it is something we should mention, I think, too. And I forget that.
Yeah, well, and I know that even, people were asking me, well, how come the flyers that you printed out have your logo on it and, your YouTube channel? And it's like, well, because that way they can go back and look at it,
Yeah.
and they could see, okay, if they don't know, because I was shocked that not one person I came across or talked to that day had heard of Sebastian's case. And I even asked the one gentleman if he's interested in true crime, and he said, yeah, I am. And I said, oh, that's great, and I said, have you heard about Sebastian's case? And he said no. And now I was giving a very like brief synopsis to people. I was not sharing my opinions. I just said, Sebastian went missing out of his home in Hendersonville, Tennessee. He's 15-year-old autistic young man, just very like, just facts of the case, but not saying, I think his mom's guilty, or his stepdad is, or the dad's guilty, or anybody. I was just kind of laying the story out in a very like generic form. But yeah, of course I want people to go back and listen to what I have to say, and
That's,
review the interviews and things like that.
yeah, people that, make a big deal about it, I think is just ridiculous considering, they're the very people that I've heard scream the loudest on things like that were sending out, bracelets and flyers with their full information for their channels and their merch and stuff. So, I mean,
Right. And
there's
that's,
nothing
you
wrong with
know,
advertising how to find information on the person that you're putting out, right? Like, because that's how you
right.
can find out information. And then they can easily find other people, which is
Yeah.
a problem.
Yeah, and I think that's the best way to kind of, let people make a decision, is if they hear the interviews, because I think that was a big one for me, was just, okay, what do the parents have to say, where Sebastian was the last, and things like that. Um, but then once I got into like even the Smiley Story interview, because I mean, even, was I shocked about Duchess? Kind of, because I wasn't expecting Chris and Katie's kind of reactions on there. I thought that Katie was very inauthentic,
Yeah.
and I'll just say that. Like I thought that she was fake crying, and I picked up on that. Whether she was or not, is up for debate, but I just felt that. And but then when I saw Smiley Story's interview, and again, Chris, talking about belting Sebastian, talking about throwing away his things and getting rid of Brownie, his snake. I was just like, what is with this guy? And then it wasn't till much later that very same night he was on the phone with Terry Lynn, saying how Sebastian liked to have accidents and talking very horribly about him. And, I mean, you don't expect the father of a missing child to flirt with the person that's questioning him about his missing son. It's very, or excuse me, missing stepson. It's very odd. But what do you think, Mom? And like, when did you kind of get a good, well, I should say, get a bad vibe off of Chris and Katie?
Well, I always, to be honest, like I really always did not have a good vibe. But the problem is that I was hearing a different set of total fiction. And I will never get over that, because why would anyone um that has a child missing make things up about what could happen to that child? Because that's what it was doing, right? When you're lying, saying somebody was missing at work, and you're saying things like that, you are purposely insinuating that therefore they have some sort of guilty involvement. So
Right. Right.
it didn't matter what my discernment told me, which I'll never do again. Like I told you last time, this is a very interesting life lesson, for me, spiritually, with God, because when you have a feeling, a lot of times in our spirit, it is always the one to go with, right? And
Sure.
I try really hard to be fact based and fact check things in a way, like, I have two sources, more of like independent investigative journalism. And so I'm like, okay, but these are what these are, and these are tactics that in DV we may see, or in a hostage situation. Like you're going to be
Mm-hmm.
told, not to show your faces. You're going to be told to be united with your spouse and hold hands. And so I'm like, okay, like that's why they're doing these things. But in my gut, something was always off, because there was just these little things in those two interviews in the beginning that were just weird with the way that they were saying things. Like Seth wasn't sitting there with them, but they were saying that, he's so involved, and, they talk. Chris is like, I talk to him every day. And I'm
Mm-hmm.
like, okay, but these things don't go together. Like, what are you guys doing? What happened here, really? You know?
Well, that's such a good point, because he said we talk almost daily. And so it was like, right there, it almost seemed just like something off, because to me, it's like, what, and maybe it was just, again, my experience, and I'm going off of my own experience. But when do you talk to your ex's, partner almost daily? That's just weird to me. I mean, even if you are co-parenting, that seems a little excessive, or just a little bit, again, disingenuous.
Oh yeah, and I think it was, now obviously, in my opinion, like it was to try to throw us off of the, everything was perfect. But he just vanished. That's what they were trying to do. And also, I think it's also a manipulative, way of trying to, control and make sure Seth, went along with it, like a manipulative, um, you don't want him to say, you don't want to tell the truth and make them look bad, right? Automatically, you're looking for your son. So I think it was just a very
Sure.
manipulative, calculative, like, well, we're doing everything because you're a great dad. But really, it's not about, you're not being honest, because you're using something for weaponization to make yourself look like you're not guilty, even though it's coming across like you're doing the opposite, if that makes any sense.
It does. Well, and do you remember the pact that they came up with?
Well,
That they were,
well, that
well,
Chris
I
did.
guess
Chris said it. Yeah.
Chris was saying it, that
Yeah.
yes. And I was like, what is with the pact? Like, I always thought that was very odd too, because you usually only hear that kind of language when you're trying to get your story straight with someone else, right? And you would only do that if it was like, I mean, just say that you and I were co-parenting, because I was with, your ex-husband, or vice versa, type of a thing. But we had kids in common. We were co-parenting. I don't think that I would ever, I would just think it would be odd if I came to you and been like, "Hey mom, and we need a pact." I would hope that you would kind of look at me and say, why exactly? And why can't we just tell the truth? We need to find our child. So, I mean, the truth would be the best answer in that. But we didn't,
Well, because
there's something with
it's
that pact.
manipulative, right? They were
Very
saying
manipulative.
things like, everything's fine, nothing happened here. We want them to focus on finding him. So we have to these are the things you have to do so they don't look for us and they look for him. That's what I feel like they were doing. You know, they were very manipulative. And thank God that, like Chris said on Smiley Story World, you know, Seth went his way, Robin did her own thing, you know, like, thank
Mhm.
God.
Exactly. Yeah, because could
That's
you
how you know
imagine if
that's the
Chris just
difference
got to
between
write
a
the
real man.
narrative? You
Yeah,
know?
a real man, a real father. That's what real love does, right? Like, I'm going to do what I
Absolutely.
need to do to find my child. I don't care what it makes you feel and look like.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And it just makes more sense to approach it that way than to, you know, come up with lies to tell, and that's what I kind of feel like there was like an element of wanting to lie to the public and make the public think, one way or another. Oh, we're just this, happy, hunky dory family, nothing to see here. But really, that wasn't really the case, right? Because we all know, that have been kind of, in other relationships and divorce and things, it just usually doesn't work out that well. I mean, it does in some circumstances, but most of the time, you're not going to be talking to that person every other day and all of that. It's just I
It
don't
was
know. It just seemed unrealistic too.
everything when you look back on it. And lots of it was just, sadly, it was intentional, right? A lot of it, like we know now, certain things were just blatant lies. Look at all I mean, we
Right.
know the different time frames, the pictures, so many different lies. Just,
Well, we couldn't even get a straight answer about the clothes. She was telling everybody that he was wearing all black at first. That's what the news was saying.
uh,
Sebastian was wearing all black. And then the next thing you know, it was, the white stripes down the side and a long sleeve black shirt. And again, on Smiley Stories World, Katie did tell the truth about what Sebastian was wearing at the Texas Roadhouse. He was wearing his jeans and a Grogu t-shirt. But, that wasn't what we saw in the picture that we all thought was originally the Texas Roadhouse photo,
yeah.
So that
And
was
then remember,
odd.
there was that leaked, not leaked, but one of the calls that the stepdad had with somebody came out. I think it was like January or something. It made its rounds again. It was a little clip where he said, so implied, I think he said, we saw what he wore to bed or something, or I saw, or I think it was we, right?
Oh,
Remember?
yes.
And that was another time where here he is, he's saying we, and he's saying something in a matter of fact way, and it was different. Remember, it's black pants and it's got the white stripe, black pants, and it's a long sleeve shirt, and then it's a black. Oh, and Seth knows that, no, Seth doesn't know. Stop putting his name in your mouth. He wasn't
Right.
there. He was working, like it's always been very manipulative. And then there's just outright lies, right? Because
Well,
we're
it's
in
funny that you
Memphis. No,
say
we're
that
not
too,
in
because
Memphis.
well, he said the same thing when he was yelling at Yada just recently. He said, "Keep my name out of, and don't talk about Seth either," which is manipulative too, because it kind of makes it seem like Seth was, part of the conversation when he wasn't. Well, to my knowledge, but it's just it's weird that he would add Seth into that. Either way, it's odd.
It's manipulation. He's trying to use psychological manipulation to make, to keep acting publicly like he cares and he's looking out for his best interest. The same nonsense he's done the whole time. But we know that's not true because look what's happened. You would not sit next to those people. You wouldn't support those people. They're not keeping Sebastian's name out there. They're not putting up billboards. They're not, putting the signs all over. They're not doing anything. But
Yeah,
it's
they're wanting him down. If
that,
anything, they want him down,
and
which is
obviously
weird.
down for the people that they're talking to all the time. Like that's just obvious, in my opinion. Blatantly obvious.
Oh yeah, definitely.
It's
Definitely.
just
Well, and it
wake up
it
one day.
yeah, well, and I'm hoping that one of these days we can get some kind of clarity onto kind of what is, I don't know. it's just really tough. It's just really tough to kind of, because like you said, we've had so many conflicting stories from the beginning, and then it's hard to remember what was said one time to the next, and sometimes who said what. Can also it gets a little bit cloudy.
That's why it's good we have our clip channels that are amazing. We had like Hindsight. There's Lauren from
Yes.
Facebook on X. So you can always go back and show in real time. And we have them documented if you take the notes out, you know. Um,
True, that's very
because
true.
there's a lot, and it does seem very intentional.
Well, it does, especially when we look back on it, because while we're watching it, sometimes we don't realize or notice those things. But then as we go on, like you said again, hindsight's 2020. And it really is. It's like, looking back on it, we can see a lot more clearly, than if when we're in it, or we're watching it for the first time. And it's amazing to me that, I mean, that law enforcement hasn't really. And I hate to blame them. It's like it's not that I want to blame them, but I'm just wondering. I'm just wondering, I guess, what they're thinking of all of this, especially like now that Chris has come out and I mean, he's going off on YouTubers. He's being rude publicly again. I just wonder what they think of that pattern, I guess.
Well, I think that they're, just letting them keep talking, let them keep running their mouth and stuff. And then I think a lot of the helpful things come of trying to kind of build a baseline, even with the word salad and conflicting statements. And because sometimes in psychology, right, people will, they'll focus a lot like on one thing, and then they
Hmm.
get all your attention on that one thing, right? So like you learn like, oh, well, if something you don't want people to know, don't talk about it, don't make it a big deal. And it's interesting
True.
because you'll come out and there's certain things that'll make a very big deal, which sometimes, you'll, for me anyway, it's like, oh yeah, this must be a really big deal. But then when I look back on the bigger picture, which is what I wonder, because law enforcement, they have all the professionals that are like fully trained in all different things, right? And all different fresh eyes on things and perspectives. And I'm
Hmm.
like, okay, so what are we not talking about? Because it seems the art of war and a lot of psychological stuff started happening very quickly, right?
Hmm.
There might have been a lawyer or somebody in the Nancy Grace interview or something in his ear. A lot of us were thinking, and so there's a lot very early on, the younger pictures. And that's when I'm like, okay, well, we don't like to talk about Texas Roadhouse. That's the sore subject. We don't even want to show photos of that from the current night, right? Like there's
Right.
a lot of just very interesting to me stuff.
It is interesting, and it's weird that Katie and SF ran up to, well, allegedly went up to the Texas Roadhouse, because I would think that they would have had access to that. I mean, I don't know though. I don't know if they would have had to get, you know, if only law enforcement would have gotten the footage, or if they could have went up there and got it themselves. I don't know what to think of that. Just because I don't know. I mean, I guess it would be on a case by case basis. If Texas Roadhouse said, yeah, sure, we'll give you the footage without, a warrant, say, but
Yeah,
to the parents.
very interesting. But that's what I think law enforcement's doing. I think that they're building a case, or they're following different things because we don't know what we don't know, right? And
Right.
that's why they want everybody to be quiet. Don't go over this, don't go over that, don't show the Texas Roadhouse footage for whatever reason. Don't go over that interview. And I think that's why we saw him, come like a raging bull in a china shop and do so many unhinged, what seems like unhinged panels, that I almost think like it was all very calculated, because now he won't, focus on all of these. Here, look, I just gave you all of this. Don't go back and see all the stuff that, like we said, is hard to keep up on, and let that
Mm-hmm.
stuff disappear now. Don't go through my 5 or 6 hours on Clueless or my call into the island, the game thing. And
Yeah, I still have never heard that, but my big thing on that, and but I'd love to know what you think. But I mean, I just thought to myself, well, Dolly talks about Sebastian quite often. And it's not on Turtle Island, and so why would he call into Turtle Island? Like, what's he doing watching Turtle Island instead of watching Dolly's coverage on Sebastian? Sebastian. I mean, I don't know. It kind of rubbed me the wrong way in that regard. Just knowing that he doesn't call in otherwise, but he called in for that. But I don't know. What do you think?
yeah, I think this is exciting for him, and it to me just seems like, boy, we really knew a lot about what we could possibly do with YouTube, and come on out and playing this in my head of, oh, we're gonna have a pact and I'm gonna do this and it's gonna, here we go. Or let's remember he said that in was it Olivia's, where he was like, and here we go, or something like that. Like when
And here
Sebastian
we go.
went
Yeah, he did
back
say
from,
that.
I don't have my computer or I would be able to quote things verbatim, but it's
Yeah,
very
I remember him saying
like
that. I do.
these cases, he really likes certain things, he watches them, and boy, does it seem like there's just certain real grudges he has, almost like some of the actual YouTubers and their following. Some of it seems very interesting, very interesting.
I
What
agree. Well, and another thing he's done several times is he's been like, "Oh, if you want to get a hold of me and you have a question for me, go ahead and call me, get a hold of me on Facebook, do this and do that." And it's almost like he's trying to bait people to contact him so he can turn around and say, "Oh, they're harassing me." You know, that's just kind of my take on it, because I just find it to be so odd that he would just be like, "Oh, I'm an open book, ask me anything." But, you know, then
but
he would
anything
turn
that's
around and
to
do
be
what he did to
helpful,
Betty,
he
you
would
know?
rather have, it's like, ask anything, but really it's, I just want to talk to you and give you parenting advice and tell you all these inaccurate, off the record things about Sebastian that isn't true, and it's just ridiculous. Absolutely. And that's the conclusion I've come to based on what everybody has stated that has, spoken to him directly. Because clearly you can't ask anything that could be helpful. Can't ask about the weekend. Can't ask about, why you guys don't, visit. You have a nice big camper, but yet you're not bringing Sebastian to visit on the, the weekends that he's not with Seth. Um, you can't ask about the family. Can't ask about the custody, but then he bragged on Duchess, so hopefully I'll come back with some good news. Remember he said
Right.
that?
Yes, I do remember that. I do. Well, it's interesting that you say that too, because this post that we saw earlier, I was just gonna pull it in. Um, because again, like you said, this is the meat and potatoes of the whole situation, what we're trying to kind of figure out here. But for some reason, they don't want to talk about these details. But there was a person who was basically asking about a timeline, and that the timeline would be helpful. And I mean, that's what we always kind of try to go for at the beginning, is establishing that timeline. And this person says, yep, he was at my house for a few minutes on Sunday afternoon with his mom and his cousin. But where does that fit into the timeline of what Katie has said? Because Katie, she never really mentions. I mean, I know that we were aware that there was a stop at another friend's house.
Well, not because they wanted it to be aware, though, right? That's one of the things I was saying, that I enjoy going back and kind of looking at different, like the psychological points of, like, do this, don't do that, right? Because
Hmm.
they don't like to discuss those things. Like there's these periods of time that's not really right? There's just these certain times that we'll talk about, and that's it. And that's one of them that I think if you weren't around to hear about it, you wouldn't really have known.
Right. Yeah, because it's like you said, well, you're right. They didn't really want it out. They kind of wanted it to stay under wraps, it seems like anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, because it's still kind of cloudy even thinking about the day's events, because there's a time period where they were just at home and then they went back out. They came back to put the groceries away, but then they stayed home for quite a little while where, arguably,
And that
anything
was
could have
before
happened.
noon, right? That's what they said in that to Miss Cohen, right? The PI, that it was before noon that they went to BJ's.
Yes.
And they
Before
were
noon.
home.
Yes.
Then they allegedly went to the bowling alley then to eat, right? And then so you have this huge gap where you stop somewhere else. You got the nieces, but then you don't leave with the nieces, which I thought was interesting. Because she made a point, like it's the things that they don't say, but also the things they say that are, I don't know, it's weird because they made a point. They want you to know that it was just Katie and Sebastian that left, right? The nieces and the other person left with their mom. They went their own way, but they had urgency to go pick up the niece. It was just very interesting to me.
Yeah, it did seem like there was a certain amount of urgency to pick up the niece and bring her to BJ's where, you know, their mother already was, allegedly. She was at BJ's and then Katie was to go pick up the niece and bring her to BJ's. But I always found it odd that because, at first it kind of seems like they all went together, but then we find out, oh, I dropped my pen. But then we find out that it was just Katie and Sebastian that had went out, that day, like you said, to the bowling alley, and we find out they didn't bowl. They instead went, to the arcade. Um, so again, it's just another kind of a oddity in the story.
Yeah, and they insinuated, I don't remember if it was it was the QB one of the QB ones, or one of, I refer like to latte one. But there
Hmm.
was one of them when Katie was talking, and the implication is as if they were bowling. Like Sebastian loves to bowl, and then they released a little clip of him bowling, and I was
Hmm.
like, ridiculous,
That
because
was on Clue. Yeah, that was on Clue. Hmm.
why are we misleading? This is like nonsensical, right? Why would you want to mislead into thinking that he actually bowled when
Right.
you were just playing some games at the arcade? None of it makes any rational sense. Just like acting like you never allowed him to have internet access. I can completely understand, in the beginning why it was a little hard to, understand from Seth's perspective, but he told us,
Hmm.
right? Like he absolutely did. And in the beginning, I can understand because we don't know what manipulative reasons are behind certain things that Chris was trying to use, saying, oh, well, we can't let them know about this, or we don't know. There's certain things that we don't know. And honestly, there's certain things I feel that we shouldn't, right? Because if it's important, it will be discussed. We can trust that there's all these other people that are bringing out the information that really needs to be said. Like Seth makes sure it gets out here. Um, but I couldn't understand that when it came to the way that they were with simple things, right? Because there's no logical reason to let people think that you did the bowling if you literally only played some video games.
Right. Right. Well, and it's just like Chris, getting upset for Sebastian having computer access when he's at Seth's to do the 4-H or sorry, agriculture stuff. It's just like you said, just that weird control element that it's not even something that big. All the kids are used to having internet access to do school from. And I mean, what about the pandemic? How did he learn that way if he wasn't supposed to have the internet access? It, again, just doesn't add up.
Yeah. No, it doesn't. These things are just weird. Some things I can see, but then when we talk about like where we are today, how long it's been, there is no more understanding it. It doesn't make any sense. We're not getting anywhere, right? They're not even trying, it feels like this is just funsies now, and that makes me nauseous. It's like,
Absolutely. Well, especially the last couple times Chris has been on panels with people, and I mean, none of us would want our child associated with panels talking about, sex anything. You know what I mean? It's just there's not it's not proper. There's just something so wrong about it. But then it's supposed to be, people want us to I guess not maybe not normalize it, but it seems like it's being normalized. Like, oh, it's no big deal to talk about, you know, these subjects while we're talking about Sebastian's case. It's weird that even a mother, I just can't believe Katie was okay with that, because I certainly wouldn't be, but I don't know. What do you think?
no. Sorry, I was answering somebody in chat.
Oh, no worries. Thank you for watching chat. I'm like over here. I get into the mode and I'm just like talking with you, and I did and I wasn't looking at chat. I'm so sorry, guys. I'm not keeping up with chat.
No, I'm terrible with that. And I tell everybody too when I do a show, I apologize. But a lot of times I'm not good about going back and forth with chat until I'm done with whatever it is I was trying to talk about. Because I'll
Yeah,
just chat the whole time.
yes, I'm like that too, because I'm just like, I'm interested to know what you thinking too, because I mean, I found that to be really odd, and it's just, again, kind of one of those things where you never think that you would ever see or hear about it happening, and then
Yeah.
there it is
What was
right in
the
front of
question
you.
again, though? I just want to make sure I understand. What?
Yeah, no, I was just saying, if that was my child, I would be upset, and I'd want it. I just would want it taken down. The panel with Chris and Clue and well, I think it was Queen Bee's panel, but Chris and Clue were on it,
Oh my gosh, there's so many
with
of
Carrie
them.
Lynn and them. They're just talking about sex toys on the panel, and it's like, where does I personally would have asked them to take it down.
Well,
Um,
that's the thing. There's been a lot of those that, like, I would think that I would want removed right away because I'd be embarrassed. I'd be like, this is, not only unbecoming of myself, because myself wouldn't even be in the equation. It's taking away from what I'm here to share about, and it's happened
yeah.
before, and they never, like, they don't take it down. Now, I know certain things were taken down, but they weren't taken down, in my opinion, because, they felt bad. But there was sexual, really inappropriate like a lot of it in some of those earlier ones in May. That long ones that were like 4 or 5 hours. There was a couple,
Oh,
you know, and I think because they're so long that a lot of people may not even have watched them all or even know about a couple of them. Because there was
right.
one on the QB with Gray Hughes, then there was another one on QB, and then there was, two on the Clue channel that were very lengthy. And
Yeah, because
yeah.
even Gray Hughes, like, I mean, I followed him and then I stopped because of Sebastian's case, and because I didn't, I just thought it was wrong to kind of promote, the disciplining the way that he was on, web sleuths and stuff. And I just thought, well, that's just not something that I can be aligned with.
But I could also understand some of the reasons at the time because of the fact that if you're being told that he was an average child, like if you're only seeing and hearing certain things and you're missing all this other stuff,
Hmm.
I can see that. Right. And then, but I'm like, no, then when you learn of the whole picture, this is like inexcusable.
Well,
And
that's true,
he was a
because you might
15-year
not
old teenager.
know.
He wasn't, running in front of a car or anything that would even make any rational, logical sense to be physically disciplining. Like my Nana used to once in a while whack us with the wooden spoon from the kitchen.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't ever felt that, physical discipline is helpful with my kids at all. However, I can't say that if they were running by a gigantic, pot of boiling water, that I might not whack them as they went by, because the alternative is you're going to get scalded and third-degree burns everywhere.
Sure.
So
Oh,
that's
yeah.
why she would do it, right? Like when I look back on, I'm like, why did Nanny always hit us with that darn spoon? One time she whacked us with a brush. And it's like, it's because we were acting a fool in a very dangerous place, right?
Right. Right. Exactly.
But those are
Well,
the only things
yeah.
that logically like rationalize the reason. And I mean, I personally think that Gray's character can be very unbecoming, but in general,
Sure.
but I can understand, when you're being told one little, you're saying, when you're pretending that the disability, or not even some, I don't know how to say it, but I can see at that time, because he was being told something polar opposite, because that's how kind of what I was seeing at that time. And I was just shocked because it went from, where I was like, okay, there's a child with severe autism. I know what I deal with my daughter, and I know what I went through with, extended family. God forbid he went to a lake or a pond, or he's wandering and he's, his sensory overload and doesn't know how to get back. And, and
Well, I was
then
thinking
that
that too at
changed,
first. The water was a big one, for me. At first, I was like,
Yeah.
they need to check all the water, and they were. I mean,
But then that side like changed the narrative over to make it look like, no, 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 no. They never were the ones that were trying to imply any of that, For some weird reason, it was the dad side. And it was just, when you really look back on how psychologically mind-blowing it was, that's why I feel very certain that one day we will see a trial of some sorts that will make sense of this nonsense,
right, right.
because it was just ridiculous. It was absurd. It still is, obviously.
It is. And to anybody that really, takes even the time to look into any of it can tell that. Even the shorter interviews, like you said, the one with Chronicles of Olivia, the very first interview that they did with TV, the Holly Thompson interview, I mean, they're laughing and making fun of Sebastian, not liking bugs and things. And it's just something that you're not really even thinking that you would ever see from a parent of a missing child, especially the first interview. People are usually distraught. They don't know they're crying. They don't know what to do. They're just begging for help. And we didn't see that with Chris and Katie. They were, kind of laughing between each other. We didn't see any like care from Chris, really, in my opinion. Um, it's just
And
really
there's
odd.
in the Duchess interview too, she had said towards the end of one of them, that she's like, oh, and you, when we were talking, you had a statement and you wanted me to mention, I can't remember exactly what was it that she said he wanted her to mention about, oh, I'm gonna look this up and I'll tell you before we get off, because it was a very odd thing, but I just found it bizarre that he had her before the interview even, saying, okay, I need you to say this and I need you to say that. I'm like, who does that?
Yeah.
I'm going to see I can't remember right off the top of my head. I'll be back to my normal rational thought after a day or two of like whole REM sleep. Just too
I
much
hear
driving
you.
and stuff. Okay, let's see. I'm going to look does anybody in chat remember what she said? Was it about what was it that she said that he told her to mention? Like there was things that she needed to talk about during the show with him, like just weird. What was it?
I'm trying to think back. I'm trying to think
I'll
back of
find
what
it.
it
I
was.
just went into the office to get on the computer because I know it's something that I brought up many times before. I just can't remember verbatim. Because I'm on overload now because I was trying to catch up on a lot of the stuff from the last 2 weeks from those other panels that he went on and all the crazy absurdities that
I
went.
think that's really smart though, because there's a lot of them that I haven't even watched, when he goes on, like Clues the second time. I mean, I watched the Sling Blade one, and I've kind of referenced that one in the past, but there's a lot that I haven't watched, because I know for a while he was, kind of a frequent, um, flyer over there, for lack of a better way to put it.
Yeah,
But he was on her panel quite a bit, quite
there's
a
a.
bit.
I'm looking it up real quick because it was just really odd. Oh, Sammy said, do you see Sammy's comment?
Oh
I'm
yeah,
so
let me
sorry,
look.
guys, that I'm missing so many of yours. It's just I was on the phone before.
Oh yeah, Sammy says, thanks, Sammy. Sammy says, so with the Texas Roadhouse video, what do you all think she was so freaked out about by that? Both sides. I mean, I think she was upset about people actually seeing footage from that night and maybe making up their mind about it. I mean, I honestly think that there are certain points in the conversation where you can tell that Sebastian was kind of mistreated, in my opinion, like when he asked if he could play the game and she just kind of tosses the menu at him. Her attitude is very dismissive, in my opinion. Um, and then again, also, I do wonder about the yellow jacket guy and what role he played in all of this. But what do you think, Maman?
Oh, yeah, I think there could be a bunch of stuff from that. Like you could tell it wasn't this amazing day. Like she was saying, like, everything was
Mm.
great and he was happy and
Mm-hmm.
she's on the phone the whole time. There may or may not have been another phone, and then you have the Apple Watch lighting up, or
Oh, good
just,
point. Mm-hmm.
you
Yeah.
know, being like scalding, like, well, I told you and you did this or something, and the video breaks my heart so much. And I can only imagine what it must feel like for Seth because you see this young man literally like look like he wants to become one with that um the wooden the divider of the booth. It's
Yeah.
just to me like it reminds me so much of my son, what he does, one of my boys. Like he is very sensitive when he does something and you're like, no, don't do that, buddy, you got to do it this way. He sometimes he's like, I'm so sorry, I wish I understood, like, and it breaks
Aw.
your heart because it's like they try, right, because they're in that age that they're like still kids, but they're becoming older, so they don't want you to know that their feelings are, they're emotional, right? And with
Mm-hmm.
Sebastian, when I see that, it just hits home because I know that little, just to me, it looks like it's, that I'm trying really hard not to cry. I'm trying to, I just don't like it. I do not like it. As a mom, it just, something's wrong with that. Something's just wrong. He's not happy.
Yeah.
He looks really, and he does look over towards that bar area twice and shake his head. And it's like, oh, Katie, why are you just not telling us everything? Something is not making sense with you, lady. Like, come on,
Right. He
watch those
does look
videos. What
defeated
is
at some
going on
point.
here?
Yeah. Yeah, he looks defeated.
Yeah. Kind of like when he got out of the car. I know a lot of people were saying, well, maybe it could have been the music of the roadhouse or a loud car. In my opinion, I don't think so. I think it was he didn't want to hear her arguing on the phone potentially or something like that. Because as he's heading into the Texas Roadhouse, he takes his fingers right out of his ears. And we all
Mm,
know how loud Texas Roadhouse can be.
it is. Yeah. It's loud in there. Well, because don't they do is that the one it's been so long since I've been to one, and there is one here, but isn't it like don't they do, like, little dances in the middle of service, like, where the girls get together, or is it just, like, when someone has a birthday or whatever? Like, it's very loud. I do remember it being really, really loud.
Yeah, I think
Um,
they do it for a birthday, but it is the environment, like the way it's set up is very loud. It's like a cafeteria, it's very amplified. And because it's actually, my boy's favorite place to go. And so we do try to go, but I try
aw.
so long before I have to take Haley out and we hang out in the minivan with her DVD player or, because it's too much for her. She tries really hard, but it's just too much. It's too much.
Yeah, it's
So
overstimulating, right. Yeah,
it's just,
yeah.
that's very loud. And he seemed fantastic by it. Like I was like, but knowing, that it's loud and how it is, I'm like, what is going on with her? Like, so you're scalding him or he's in trouble and he's in an environment that's super loud. It just the whole thing is odd because she told us the polar opposite. So I agree, with I think it's just was it Detroit City? I know people in chat are saying they think, it something about it. Like there's a lot to it because they don't want to talk about it. They didn't want it out there. They don't want us looking at the footage.
Yeah, Detroit Rec City says there was a lot going on at the Texas Roadhouse. Something was definitely going down. She was like a cat on a hot tin roof, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
really
then come
well
on,
said.
like I know what law enforcement said and that they have nothing to do with, the investigation or whatever, the, GH green hoodie. But
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
who the
green hoodie.
heck walks towards a stranger? Let's all just use our critical thinking skills, okay? Nobody gets that close to a stranger.
Well, he definitely watched Green Hoodie as well. That caused me some pause too, because even when they were leaving out, it was like they were both walking in the same direction, but then Katie just, Katie pulls Sebastian kind of around, and redirects him, and he walks around the ashtray over to the other vehicle. So, but then when he spots Green Hoodie, I mean, he is watching the Green Hoodie like a hawk, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's interesting because when I went back and watched it again, it almost kind of seems too like that's where he was headed. Like he knew he had to go with that other car or something almost. And
Mm-hmm.
then he stops him and redirects him like, no, you're not, or something. And he doesn't wave to the person and smile and act happy about whoever the person in between the cars was. But to me, it looked like he was going to another vehicle. And then
Right.
it was weird, right? When you go back and look, because it does really look like he was headed to this other vehicle.
Yeah, that's the way I saw it. I mean, I just saw him going there and then her saying no, but she looked like she was going that way too at first. And then, and he's just kind of following mom's lead. And then, because he was very well behaved as well. That was another thing that was, you know, um, I don't know. I guess I can't say it was alarming, but I was just surprised, especially with kind of what was portrayed. I mean, Sebastian seems so well behaved, like you said, in a loud environment, because I remember Katie saying, he likes to go to hibachi because he likes the food, but he doesn't particularly like the noises that comes along with, like the clanking of how they do all the clanking there, um, when it's hibachi.
Well, I
So I don't know.
feel like they don't want the truth out. They wanted to, it's just ridiculous. It's ridiculous. I don't
Yeah, it
know why
is.
you would, there's no good intent behind doing any of it, right? I mean, that's just sadly, to be blunt, there's not any rationalization that you can get to. Like trying to insinuate that you have a child that has all these profound needs when they're actually none of these things that you're saying seem to be really going on here is a problem, because you know that a lot of people can relate to different sensory issues and different things on the spectrum and different, you know, special abilities and different ability children. And I don't know, it's very odd. It's like she read a textbook and this is what we're going to go with because people are going to believe me. They're going to relate. I'm just like them. And it's not
Right.
true. None of it fits. None of it ends up being valid.
Yeah, and it is very bizarre, you know, it is. It's like it doesn't make sense. And then also, um, you know, there was a lot of people that were, you know, kind of speculating and things like that because Sebastian was late diagnosed, according to, you know, according to what we know. Um, you know, but they were saying, you know, that
Okay.
they didn't even really believe that he had autism. Some people, I heard people saying that, and I was like, you know, that's interesting.
Who knows, right? That's why I listen to what Seth says and what he suggests with it. Oh, sorry.
I agree.
I have to go get a Baba real quick. Is that all right?
Yeah,
Okay.
of
You
course. Yes,
too?
of course. Of course it's okay.
Okay.
Aw. Lainey says his demeanor worries me. He seemed to get more uncomfortable, and he clearly was saying no, and she's shaking. Oh, excuse me, no, and shaking his head to something while she aggressively shakes her fork. I don't know. You know, I agree with that, Lainey. I think that, you know, there was definitely a lot of aggression in Katie's body language towards Sebastian. And it's almost something that we're not expecting to see because he was being so well behaved. So I agree with your comment. You know, his demeanor worries me as well. And just, you know, Katie's Katie's demeanor and body language is, you know, worries me too. Um, Meg says, I wonder if she was worried about it showing her taking taking and sneaking pictures of Sebastian. That's right. Um, yeah, I mean, that's another thing that was really questionable during the dinner, right? Was that she was taking pictures and sending them of Sebastian, and it did look sneaky. You know, it wasn't like, you know, smile and say cheese or anything, or, you know, it seemed very sneaky, like Sebastian wasn't supposed to know that he was being photographed, which is again is odd. I mean, I know that, you know, as kids get older, you know, sometimes they don't want their pictures taken as much as, you know, obviously when they're little they don't realize it. But aw, Lainey, that's wonderful to hear. Happy birthday, happy early birthday to your son. Lainey says, my son turns 8 Friday. He's so much like Sebastian. Minecraft and the color green, it pains me so much. The way they described him was not the kid in that footage. He's a good kid. I agree, Lainey. I agree. And, you know, I mean, not that I was expecting to see him acting up or anything like that, but I mean, it's just, you know, it's just the way they were portraying him. He also got up and used the bathroom just fine, you know? Um, just another thing that just doesn't really add up. So, Maleficent says that place is too much for me. Oh, Meg says, to me, he looked like he saw whoever it was between the cars and he didn't like that person. So he walked around, kind of stopping short first. To me, he looked like he saw the person and stopped short. Yeah. Well, and that could be too, Meg, you know, like he did definitely stop short. And it could have been because he saw the other person, you know, and thought, oh, and he could have got a weird vibe. We all get weird vibes from time to time, you know. Hey Mama. Hey Carrie Star. Detroit Rock City says Sebastian was on high alert. Her watching everything and everyone. And then he was definitely worried, in my opinion. Yeah, he definitely looked very worried, right? He even, his facial expressions changed. And that's one thing that we did get a really good view on, thankfully, was Sebastian's, facial expressions, right? We can't really see Katie's as much. Now, when she is going at him with the fork, we can really see, a good side profile of her. Lainey says, for a Texas Roadhouse, it's loud for me. He was so behaved, my heart. Aw, my son can't handle noises. We have to have headphones 24/7. Aw, we love the Texas Roadhouse. When you have a child on the spectrum, you love the little things. Yeah, absolutely. It is the little things that matter, isn't it, Lainey? Thank you for your comment. Yeah, and I agree. Um, and those are things that really do help out a lot, are headphones, and I'm always surprised that there weren't little things to help Sebastian cope with his surroundings, that it seems like, they were trying to always kind of hide that from people or something, not doing what's in his best interest, but maybe what they would rather have, Um, and Sammy says, that could be anything. I cried because I was nervous about going to school. You said it would be easy. That was a lie. Yeah, that is true, Sammy. Absolutely. Yeah, why is that? Why would that be so triggering? And, Sammy's referring to this billboard, I believe. One of these, I cried, you lied, and that could be anything. That could be anyone, you know, um, absolutely. I mean, it doesn't have to, it's only guilty if you, think of it like that. So, um, thanks, Town Chat Cafe. Happy birthday wishes. Yeah, Detroit Rock City says he saw CP by the bathrooms and something was really off. He knew, in my opinion. Well, and a lot of people, I saw there were a couple of pictures where it looked like Chris had, a definite like doppelganger there at the Texas Roadhouse that night. But, we're supposed to believe that he was in Memphis, that he wasn't there that weekend. Um, you know, by his accounts, he says that he was, um, well, that he saw Sebastian in the beginning of February, and that was the last time he saw him. But, I mean, who knows if that's true or not, I mean, it's like it took him that long. I mean, I think even during Terry Lynn's interview, she spent, at least a good, 10 minutes asking him, you know, about his whereabouts and what does early February mean. So, I mean, oh, thanks, Lori, for the green hearts. Thank you. Oh, did you send me something, Anne? Sent something? Let me take a look and see. Oh, I wonder if I'm not going to get it on this other phone, though. Let's see. Oh, I probably can't get it on this other phone. And I might have to wait till tomorrow to talk about it. Dang it. Hey, Vic. Vic says, in my opinion, those pics were taken to see if bruising showed up on his neck. Could he be able to go to school the next day? Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Yeah. So maybe they were sending pictures of because Sebastian had the bruise on his neck, right? And maybe they were sending them around saying, should he be going to school with this bruising, since of course we know there were CPS reports. I'm guessing, like earlier on Mr. and Mrs. E's crime cast, they were talking about how, Chris has finally conceded that there were 3 CPS reports, but that's a lot. That's a lot. You know, ah, how cute. Lainey says, Town Chat Cafe, thank you so much. We're going to Chuck E. Cheese at his request. Headphones already packed. That's great. That's great. And those are the things that you make sure so they're comfortable. You want your kids to be comfortable, especially, if it's their birthday. Yeah. Yeah, you want him to have a good time. And it's not that he doesn't want to go to Chuck E. Cheese. He wants to go there, but it's just, it's helpful to have um, his protection in place. So I think that's wonderful that you're so in tune to what he needs. Because that's another thing that I feel like we haven't seen with Sebastian, and Katie. Unfortunately, I don't like to say that. Um, it doesn't make me feel good, but I also think that, you know, it's just something that we were lacking. Um,
I'm back. Sorry, I couldn't.
oh, good. No, I'm glad. I'm glad. No, don't be sorry at all. I completely understand. I know
I
the
couldn't
little
get
ones are.
the thing to get my soap out to wash the bottle. Stuff, yeah,
Aw.
had one out. But yeah, no, the Texas Roadhouse has a lot in it. I think it's a. I think there's a lot in it, and mm, I don't, I don't understand.
Well, what do you think about that too? Because Detroit brings up a really good point that we heard that there was a parent teacher night or parent teacher conference meeting at the school February 7th, and he was home the weekend before Sebastian went missing. How many lies?
Oh, good night, Maleficent. Um,
Oh, good night, Maleficent.
well, that's what I wonder a lot about is like, has this always been an intentional lying fest for some weird, like if you know that you might have if you know you had involvement in something that caused him, to not be here at the moment, right? Whether he, well, I'm just saying hypothetical from what they claim, right? Whether he
Hmm.
or somebody took him or God forbid something, atrocious happened. Um, because it doesn't make sense to have so many lies like this. It just
Right.
they're so He's a control freak. I mean, if we go back to the beginning with well, it seems like everything when you go back to the beginning. But look at what he did with the news and everybody. Didn't even want them showing the house.
Well, they didn't even want them, because we were led to believe too. Like if anybody was to look at that's a great point. But if they were to look at, the missing flyers at the beginning, it just says last seen near Stafford Court. So that makes us think that he was last seen outside, but he was really last seen out, inside of his home. So I think that was also dictated by the Proud Feet, in my opinion.
Yeah. And they told the media, right? They weren't TBI or what was it, LE, they're not able to talk to the media at this time and everything. All the wording was always very misleading from the get-go.
Yeah. And who doesn't want to talk to the media? I mean, I get that the media can be a little bit much, but I mean, why wouldn't you want the information out there as soon as possible and, the best information, the newest photos, all that?
Well, you would, but I guess you wouldn't if you don't want everybody looking. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
None of it makes sense.
Yes, it doesn't make sense, and it's just not like, what we're used to seeing, because parents, even like Monkey Vaughn's mom, I mean, she did everything she possibly could to try and locate her son. I mean, she was out there. I've heard stories of her feet bleeding and her husband having to bring her back in and just, get her, he had to make her stop, but then we see the Proud Feet, and it's like they're making everybody stop talking about Sebastian instead of doing everything they can to look, you know?
Yeah, because you can, you can try to give the benefit of the doubt a couple times, depending, right? But when it's
Sure.
God knows how many now, there's dozens of these, it's not possible, right? The deductive reasoning, like it's just what it is. You're doing everything you can to not have us look for this child. What is going on? You know, there's just
Yeah.
too many. There's so many that we can't even remember them all off the top of our heads now. Like,
Well, yeah, and that's what gets it, it's just so clouded, you know, all of it gets so clouded, and it's like it's almost like a concerted effort to do that, you know, is to kind of cloud everybody's judgment and you know, yeah, it just seems like it was very, I guess, more of a calculated effort.
that's what I was thinking. Like, it really does seem like they almost have used every strategy possible. So if they ever go to court, they could just pick one of them. And how can, anybody prove if they're lying or not lying? But they have an angle to go off of for the future. It doesn't sit right. None of it has ever sat right. And that's why it's like illogical for so many people to get so mad, when it's like, it's just common sense at this point. I mean, we have people literally demanding to take billboards down. Come on.
I know, and that's weird. That I mean, it's still completely weird to me because again, you know, how would anybody really know what the meaning behind it is when it's all the way in a different state or, you know, I mean, just on different billboards all over, you know, I mean, it's just like you would have to have a guilty conscience to not want it out because you couldn't tell who really they're talking about unless you're following the case, you know,
Yeah.
heavily, in my
And
opinion.
like time and time again, right? They don't want to do this. They don't want to talk to this person. They don't want to go to on the media for that. It's just like how many times?
Yeah. And, you know, I mean, most parents would want the kind of attention that they're getting from at night, you know, I mean, usually we don't see that coming into a missing child's case 6 months in, you know, it's starting to get a little bit colder and here, you know, cold and cold and cold and not, you know, so you would almost welcome somebody reviving the case at that point, but we've never seen them be happy about that. We've only seen them complaining about it or the people that, you know, support their efforts saying, "Oh gosh, you know, well, I'm sorry that I put this out there. I didn't even mean to put it out there. I'm going to take it down right away." Um, it is. It's just very bizarre, and it kind of makes you wonder, well, what's the point, you know? Um, because unless you know, you know, you know.
Yeah. I'm looking up that Duchess quote now from that show because I'm just curious. What was that he said?
I know I've been trying to think back but I know there was two separate Duchess interviews, you know, like there was the one that they did in the beginning and then there was the one that they did, when was it? March 17th, I believe. Yeah, I believe that because there were two, and of course, you know, they started talking about the flashlights and different aspects in that live, but you know, again, Katie wouldn't tell us about how many shoes Sebastian had, you know, none of that.
Yeah. I
None
just
of that. They were being super secretive, you know.
I just looked through the transcript of the first one, so it's not the first one, maybe the second one.
Okay, so yeah, maybe it was the March 17th because they did give a lot more information in my opinion. You know, there. Lil Redo says, in my opinion, the Texas Roadhouse is nothing, it's just a filler.
I think it's a great filler. I think there's tons of stuff to keep talking about. It definitely is interesting.
Oh yeah, and it's the last, bit of, information that we have about Sebastian and what happened that night, because I mean really, Seth says he can't tell what's in the trash can, if that was Sebastian taking the trash out or if that was somebody else. And I don't know why he would have any reason to, doubt it, but yet he does. It seems like, it seems to me that he does doubt it, and he is curious about it and things like that. So, um,
And they said we don't know until law enforcement clarifies, like, how did they validate that he was home, right? Because if it was just the audio from the car,
mhm,
we don't know. And if they're identifying him based on the way he runs, well, that's nonsensical because then that cancels out. Well, we already know it was canceled out, the SF video, because there's no, running like Naruto in that. And
oh, right. Oh, that's true.
Naruto, you know, mm,
Mhm,
but you can't see his face exactly. Like, I don't know. I think the thing too is that for everybody, we have our different theories, but we have to remember that there's tons and tons and tons of people that are seeing billboards and coming into the case that don't have any idea about it. And in order to keep talking about it for all the new people and everything, you have to talk about it all. And
mhm,
there's just so much more that I feel like can be said when we're going through Texas Roadhouse because we've done so many other things a million times. And then just, go back and go over it. And because we have to show it all because there is a lot of new people. But then it's hard when we have a theory and some of us feel like maybe this is redundant. So we just take a little break, right? And
mhm.
because I can totally see, thinking it's a filler and feeling it's a filler. And I can totally see thinking it could have a ton of, you know, that's what makes it so interesting about online case discussions because we all have so many different, views based on what we've seen or our experiences with things in life and associations. We associate it, to something that we have experienced or just interesting. It's good to be able to share, our different perspectives. That's what I like about being here and I enjoy it, is that we can all share our different opinions.
Oh yeah, me too. Me too. I mean, and I just think that a lot of the drama and stuff that surrounding Sebastian's case does detour good people from wanting to get involved because they wonder about the drama, or they don't like it, I mean, there's always going to be a certain amount of drama, but what do you think about all the drama in the case? I mean,
Well, it's to me, there's a level of drama that just comes with everything in life, right? We're
true.
human, and that's just how we are with certain things.
Sure.
What is it doing to share any information about Sebastian? To me, it's not doing anything but chasing people away so that they don't talk about all these different things. Because there's something important in all of the actual facts on the case that if we can talk about it, there's something very valid that we get out of, that footage, for example, right? Because you see what he looked like, you see, his demeanor, his behavior, his outfit.
Mhm.
Like it gives a different perspective. And the drama per se, just it's not doing any of that. It's just putting all the focus and the attention, onto something completely opposite of learning about, Sebastian Rogers and where he could be, what he might look like to jot people's memories. Because people have to also remember they moved a lot. They moved a lot. So in order to find people that might have known him in other places, or we never know, right?
Right, right. Yeah, I mean they did move a lot. They did. And then there were certain times where they were staying just in like family houses. Is that right?
Yeah, sorry, he dropped his dinky.
Oh, you're fine. No, I was just making sure because I know there's been, talk of, well, it seems like they kind of always stayed in the district, but because isn't wasn't his teachers from the same district as the high school, what is it? Hunter Middle School. Did
Yeah.
he?
It's funny you brought up the school too, because somebody was talking to me today about the school and what would make, Katie rush over to the school. And I was,
Mhm.
because they were like, oh, yeah, that's right. They said that he liked to go to the school. I was like, no, not the local school. Sorry, that's a little off topic. But that was,
No, you're fine.
we've talked about the case so much and about that. You're right. That
Oh,
school
my
is a
bad.
different area.
Well, I was trying to think. Oh, and I'm trying to think back because I know that the same teacher that he was, well, she's Patricia Samansky, I believe is her name, and she was his 8th grade teacher, had said something to the effect that if you saw Sebastian, just out and about, that you would see him and think that he didn't have any deficits. But I thought it was the same school district, but I don't know where he went to say like 6th and 7th grade at. I don't know if it was the same middle school or not.
Um, well, we also went through the lockdown stuff, right? The sheltering home virtual stuff for a little bit too.
Oh, that's true.
But I think they moved to the area like a year before he disappeared, right? I believe.
Yeah, see, well, and I know they had moved in, what was it, 2022 into the Stafford Courthouse.
The other one I think was in Gallatin
The other one, I think, okay, so yeah, because that was White House.
High School, right? Or White House Middle School. So he probably went to White House before. That's something we have to ask Seth, right? He would obviously.
Yeah.
Um,
No, thank you for clarifying that because I was thinking,
yeah, because he was 15, so ninth grade. And I'm pretty sure the high school start at ninth.
yeah, so maybe that's right. So maybe he finished out the 8th grade year there and then went on to,
Or is it?
um,
Well, he's in December, so it depends on when the cutoff date was. Was he in ninth grade? Yes, he was
oh,
in ninth
true.
grade, right? Trying to recall.
It makes sense to be in ninth because, yeah, with the December birthday. And then remember when Katie was talking about orientation, you know?
Yes. Sorry, I'm trying to find my charger and I totally going off here.
No worries. Oh, yeah. And, yeah, that guy, I do not really care for that person. Um, he's just, he's not who he says he is. And so, I am not a fan of that person, but I don't have anything against the dog. Let's put it that way. um, he's
The
that
only
guy lies his butt off. Um,
Is this somebody that discussed the case? I probably stumbled on it at some point, just don't remember.
yeah, it's a person that came in to the case, and I mean, honestly, I used to have him on panel and things like that until I realized that, he's kind of a fraudster. And then I was like, I just don't want to have you back.
That guy. Okay, I'm sorry. Yes.
Yeah, he just, basically, I mean, and I don't mean to be a jerk, but he basically takes that dog out and says that he's searching for people, but he really isn't. And then I also, received text messages from well, it was the father of some missing kids that he said he was going to help out with, and then he never did help out with it. It was just really, really bad. And a really sad story. But, very oftentimes we see people like inserting themselves into cases and promising that they can help out, and then they really can't.
Oh, yeah.
They don't have any intention of doing it either. They're just kind of, trying to make themselves more important, I guess, if that makes sense.
Very true. Very, very, very true.
Yeah, so I think he just basically takes his dogs out, or that dog out, and walks the dog, and then he'll be like, "Oh, I'm here, I'm over here, I searched here," but he doesn't really search anywhere. It's all a ruse. Because I thought it would be interesting to have somebody that has knowledge of dogs, especially in this case, right? Because of all the scent trails that they said that there was, and then there wasn't, and all of that stuff. But yeah, I don't think that his dog is like trained in any way that he says he is, or anything like that. So Vic says, "I don't drink black coffee all day. I'm excited for the double malt." Oh, even though I'm not sure what the malt is, hoping it's some kind of chocolate. It is, yeah. Well, you could do like a vanilla malt, but usually chocolate malts are. I always think of like those robin's eggs or like the Whoppers when I think of malts. Yeah, there you go, Lori. Thank you. Lori says malts is a powder that you put in a milkshake. Yeah.
Together.
Oh, sorry, Mom, and you were breaking up. What did you say?
Oh, I was just saying they're really good too. I'm just looking through
Oh,
this.
yes. They are. They are so good. Like, I like malt. I don't know. I've never had extra malt, but I do. But I do like malt. But I usually don't do extras on much. You know what I mean? I usually, um, unless it's cheese, I guess. Sometimes. But, um, but But yeah, that's what they were saying that Sebastian liked was extra malt, because they said that Terry Bowersox had taken him to Culver's and got him a malt, and ever since then he liked extra malt.
I can't believe I can't find. Because I've talked about it so many times that I'm like annoyed now with myself. Because I know I'm like, what was that when she said you had something you wanted me to say?
Well, I know that she had talked to them previously, like before, and interviewed them, and then she recorded some of it. But see, I've never heard the recorded conversations. I think she did let some of them out, though. Um,
No, it was in one of the two main ones.
okay, it wasn't one of the two main interviews, because yeah, I was thinking, I know I saw something that came out that it seemed like she had released some of that information. Um, and I know Duchess has been a supporter from the beginning, because she was asked to speak with them by Katie's cousin. Um, which that I find to be a little bit odd too, that there was already someone set up to speak to, but I guess they did wait a week, you know. Um, I don't know. It's just tough to, it's just kind of a weird, it's just, that's kind of weird in and of itself, I should say. In my opinion, it's just kind of odd.
Yeah.
You know, and
Well,
I know Seth, decided to go on Pascal's, or pretty early on too, kind of just to, you know, speak with him and let him know what's going on and things like that. So, oh, good night, Anne. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being here. Oh, Town Chat Cafe says, in my opinion, I'm not sure why they did and didn't do, but they did follow KP and other people sent too. This would tell us if KP walked down to the common area. Yeah, that's true, Town Chat Cafe, or she didn't. Yeah, that's true, because remember they were saying that, the dogs that they used weren't, or, it wasn't scent specific. I do remember that, so thank you for reminding us that. Oh, you were lurking, Loretto. That's funny. Detroit says, Little Miss Sharon, I believe they did clean out his room, and that house was scrubbed from top to bottom. The camper was switched out also, in my opinion. I think so too, Detroit. I do. I think so too. And that's a great point. And I think that's another, that's a big reason why they decided not to show the house on America's Most Wanted, because most of us are going to, think, where's all Sebastian's stuff, especially if they did in fact get rid of it, which, I mean, I've heard that several times, throughout. So, I mean, that's another thing to consider too, because, who does that? Most people wait quite a while to change anything, especially if they think, Sebastian just walked off, then he could easily just come back. Unless they're thinking that somebody may have taken him, after he left the house or something like that. But they've never really, I mean, Chris is always like, I don't want to speculate, or I'm not going to speculate. Which, again, I find to be a little bit odd, because most parents, want to be heard and they want their ideas out there too. Yeah, it's just very weird behavior.
it is.
Oh, that's true, Little Miss Sharon. I think so too. Sebastian had very little to get rid of. That's a sad thought. Well, and I know Bobby the neighbor said he didn't really have that many toys outside, if anything. Well, I think what she said was that you couldn't really even tell a kid lived there. Which, again, I kind of didn't know what to take from that, because some people keep it really tidy. Some people you could tell there's kids because, there might be bikes in the yard or something like that. Oh, Town Chat Cafe says, in my opinion, Mama Sock bought Luke a new camper, and they took his old one, is what I heard through the grapevine, because it was smaller and better for Mama Socks and Tooth to travel with. Okay. See, and I kind of heard something very similar to that too. I didn't hear a reason why they took the camper and switched them out, but I heard that they did switch them out. Yes, Lori, that's what Town Chat Cafe said she's gonna call CP is Luke. Aw. Little Miss Sharon says, my autistic daughter takes up 3/4 of the house. I think all kids do, you know, for the most part. It's like they take up most of everything, especially, you know, girls. But it just kind of seems like, you know, I don't know, and this might just be my opinion, but it just kind of seems like Sebastian didn't really have full reign of his own house. You know, it was more like Chris and Katie's house, and Sebastian was just living there. Um, you know, which is not good. You know, that's not a good feeling to have. And then also we heard, you know, Seth say that Sebastian didn't think that he was liked very much by his mom and stepdad, you know, which is another thing that's, you know, very hurtful, and something that you wouldn't expect to hear.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Because typically, you know, I mean, maybe you don't think that your step parent likes you very much, but you know your parents love you, you know? Um, so that always just seemed very odd to me too.
Well, it's it's hard to, right? I mean, I know we don't know specifically what things were like because we only have the knowledge that's available, right, to all of us. But at the same time, it seems like a lot of what we've heard is always, you know, him being in trouble and talking about, you know, oh, he likes to, you know, fidget with things like pennies and this and that. And
Mm-hmm.
okay, but you didn't get him a bunch of different fidget spinners. And, you know, like it's always very odd the way they talk about him.
Well, I agree too. And then wouldn't he take his fidgets with him if there was like a specific one that he liked, or, you know, that would help him self-stim? Wouldn't that be something that he would have taken with him?
Yeah, I'm sure if he had a bunch of different, I mean, that's the thing. It seems like he didn't, no, it's just odd. Like it, maybe he didn't need them all. And that was another ruse, you know, and she's like, oh, he likes shiny objects, pennies and paper clips. Because if he really wanted to fidget with things, you would think he'd go out and get a whole bunch of different stuff he could, and then he'd have it with him. Because they tried to claim the tiny flashlight, right? It's
Mm-hmm. Yes.
like, well, it's kind of hard to believe because he had nothing but the nervous energy to fidget with his fingers at dinner. So, as a parent, it just seems odd to me. Like, usually you'd have a lot of things to say positively, and it just seemed like they were always very negative. And it's just wouldn't shock me that that's true, you know?
Right. Yeah. Well, I agree with that too. There'd be certain things that you know, you would have for him that you knew that he liked, especially if it was something that he really needed to get him in a calmer state of mind,
Yeah.
which, you know, and that's what the fidgets really do, isn't it? I mean, for kids that really do need that, that comfort, um, that's what they kind of provide, right? Is like a, like soothing, like a self-soothing kind of a thing.
Yeah, it's helpful. It's kind of like, you know, when sometimes people, you know, tap their foot on the floor, you know, or you
Hmm.
might rock a little bit. You know, it's a place to put that extra energy and kind of ground yourself. Some people can focus better if they have something to fidget with. They have different seats now. We may do it without even realizing sometimes, you know, we might put our hair behind our ear a bunch of times or,
Hmm.
you know, fidget with the pen or whatever.
I mean, I do that. I'm always fidgeting with a pen, or, you know, like just right now talking with you, I'm doodling on my page, you know. But that's kind of something that kind of, you know, and not that I'm nervous or anything like that, but it just kind of helps me, you know, think better, or, you know,
Yeah.
it's just something I've always done is kind of, but yeah. Yeah, because I mean, I know it's kind of hard to explain for people who probably don't understand, like why would he need to fidget with something, or, would it be a necessity, or would it be something that he could live without, um,
Well,
or is it
obviously.
just an activity that he likes doing?
Well, that's the thing. I think maybe she was trying to make it more relatable to people that understood certain components of the spectrum of autism. It just seemed very textbooky, a lot of the stuff she was saying, and doesn't seem to match up, right? It just doesn't. I mean, you don't have a
Yeah.
child total polar opposite between households, and the sudden changes that develop seem to be within a certain period of time. And a common denominator would all leave us to believe it was that time when this guy came into his life that he has to call Mr. That's one
Mm-hmm.
really inappropriate song. And I mean, we could literally probably go on for 48 hours just going over all the different things. And I know people are like, oh, people get so focused on them and it's not right. And, innocent until proven guilty. And it's like, no, nobody's saying that they flat out did something. But, guilty knowledge is something that I think you're going to speculate. There's only so many things. And if you don't discuss it and you don't keep talking about it and you turn a blind eye to it, that's horrible, in my opinion. Like, it's horrible because then you have this guy out there jumping on panels, using the R word intentionally,
Mm-hmm.
posting videos, being proud and mocking. And it's just like what you showed earlier about the physical discipline. And it's just ridiculous.
Well, and he's using that real, and it's just kind of bothersome too to me, because it's like, the person who made that video is probably talking about regular kids who don't have special needs, but Chris is using it in a way where, he knows that his stepson has special needs, but yet he still thinks it's appropriate to, physically discipline him.
Exactly. It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, and it's really sad. It is. It's sad because it's like we know um Sebastian's story, but many people that see that reel might not, and well, especially if they're following Chris. Um, Carrie Starr says CP so-called alibi said he was skirting his camper that day. Why, if your mom was taking it to Alaska less than a week later, unplanned perhaps? Yeah, that's a great point, Carrie. And I mean, I don't see why he would be skirting the camper in February. That's something you do at the beginning of the season, not at the end of the season, type of a thing, too. So that's, kind of, it's a little troubling to me as well, because it doesn't make sense.
None of it makes sense.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. And then there's so many interviews out there. Like you said, it's so hard to go through all of them because they're like, some of them are 4 hours long, some of them are 6 hours long, some of them are, um, even just trying to pull all of the information out of them can be difficult, to say the least.
Definitely. And then you also can all the way go back to the 911 call and stuff. So, like, why not call, 911 directly? And was there 3 people on the phone or not? Was it a 3-way? Was it not? I mean, for you, what was it like within the case? What was it that made you want to really focus on it? Like, when did you know that it was important to keep sharing Sebastian's story? Because I always find that interesting. It's like how all of us, are doing our best to keep his name out there and keep supporting the search for him to be returned home or for justice to prevail.
Yeah, I think that probably the biggest red flags, because of course, I thought that the first interview was with Holly Thompson, but it was really Duchess. So I did kind of form my opinions of Chris and Katie based on the the news interview that they did with Holly Thompson. And then when I went back and listened to Duchess, the first one, I was completely floored. Like, I felt almost like vindicated for thinking what I was thinking originally, because like I said, I kind of, heard her. I mean, for lack of a better way to say it, she was fake crying. There was a part where Duchess had asked, do you think that, well, I think it was one of her viewers was like, do you think that maybe he wanted his bio dad and he went to his bio dad's house? And, Katie was like, you know, well, if he wants to go to his dad's, he just asks, and it was very, it was just so fake. You know what I mean? And I would never want to say that about a child's mother who's pleading for her child, right? Um, or excuse me, a mother who's pleading for her child. But it just came off so fake that I couldn't believe what I was hearing. And then I went back to them laughing in the interview, and the streets are going to be filled again with all these people, and it was just kind of like, you know more or less, I don't know, I don't even know if I thought it was scripted back then, but I thought it was fake,
Yeah.
you know um and then I know that, like, Jay is for Justice did like the red flags video, and she counted out like several red flags, in their statements and stuff like that. So that was another thing that I was considering at that time, and I thought, boy, these people are really trying to pull one over on us, is what I really thought. But I thought, they're not doing a very good job, and I honestly thought the police were going to nab them, you know. I just really did. I never thought it would go this long without, justice for Sebastian. I thought, man, the police are going to get these guys. I can't believe they haven't already. But you know, I just thought to myself, it's only a matter of time. I don't know. What did you think, Maman?
That's exactly what I thought. I can't believe we're here right now.
I mean, it's crazy, right? It's like, how much more are they going to let go on, I guess, is where I'm stuck. And that's not to, disparage law enforcement, because I mean, it's not their fault. Um, and they do have to make sure they have, enough evidence. So,
I do think that it's at a point where they're just the public interviews and stuff, and the amount of circumstantial is just crazy. So, I mean,
oh yeah.
Full Justice, that's one of my favorite shows to watch. And they do things all the time, for like cases all the time without concrete, cold hard evidence, so to speak, right? Like,
Hmm.
so I don't know. But I do think that they're going to get arrested for something, because I do think that they're kind of flipping off law enforcement in a way when they do all of these things. It's kind of like very antagonistic, there's no good reason to put the videos up about the discipline, for example, or to go
Hmm.
use the R word, in a derogatory way, knowing what that, feels like to many people and how it's been taken now. It's been turned into something very hurtful and degrading, right? I mean, that's just the way
Right.
something, unfortunately, that certain generations and certain people might not realize it yet because it was a term, but he does. He knows,
Mm-hmm.
so
Oh, absolutely.
just so many of these things are just very, why I feel like they particularly Chris knows, it's a matter of time. And he had made a comment, I can't remember, verbatim, but it was something about, you just never know what each day's evidence may bring, or something about each day may bring. I think I was on the Elevated Truth one in December.
Oh, okay. What, the one that he popped up on panel because he was upset about them talking about the geofencing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What interests me too is like, I don't know necessarily that it's exactly what he's making a big stink about, because it seems to me like a lot of times when he's saying something that's profound, it's because he already knows it's not true. But maybe there was a different vehicle, or maybe he was there, but they weren't there yet. Maybe he was by the house earlier, or maybe, I don't know. It's just, I think sometimes some of these big scenes with him are calculated where it's like, if that is the case, law enforcement's definitely going to get to the bottom of something, because you can't, making it look like they're dumb. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I would definitely feel like taunted if I was them. Like if I was law enforcement and I saw the way that Chris, and I can't even say Katie because she hasn't been out, but Chris has particularly. I just feel like I would feel mocked or, taunted by Chris's actions, and I mean, maybe they don't feel that way, but that's how I would take it. I would take it as like, nana, 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 you can't catch me, you don't have any evidence, is kind of how I think, when Chris comes up on panels and does what he does.
Absolutely. And that's what the focus always is. Oh, evidence, evidence, It's always on evidence. It's always on, um, camera footage very early on. It's just so obvious that they have guilty knowledge of something, you know. I pray it's guilty knowledge of him being okay and just, somewhere. And, that's what we can all pray and hope for. But either way, there's something. And I'm pretty confident, I feel, and I have felt that, we are going to end up seeing some sort of arrest situation. And maybe then, because he's a talker and he's very full of himself, he thinks, he can pull it over on anyone, that he talks himself right into telling some way, shape, or form of how to find the truth and find Sebastian one way or another, you know?
Yeah, because I mean, I can see him rolling over on Katie, if it did come down to that.
Yeah, absolutely. What concerns me is just the, it's hard to know what to believe, because in my opinion, there's been a couple angles that I've seen where it's like calculated setups, like I really think, one of them being trying to frame Seth. Um, I know not everybody sees it the way I seen it, but the way I see it is, you know, a whole different show, because it would take 2 hours to go over every single thing that I felt, is so calculated to make it look like that man was involved in something when he absolutely wasn't. Um, and it was
Oh, sure.
mm,
I agree. I agree there. It's like what Chris was saying the other day, how he just basically said that, Seth supposedly was at work, or said it sort of like that, when really, I mean, his time cards were shown. Um, you know, he did the polygraph. He's the only one that showed that he did the polygraph. We don't have any knowledge or well, I should say we don't have any verification that Chris or Katie ever took their polygraph. But we have Seth's, and somehow it's still not good enough, and they're still, running that same smear campaign like he could have had something to do with it too, or, he was supposedly at work
Well, yeah,
when
but
when
he
we know
said
that he was, you
exactly,
know.
and it's all lies and distractions on purpose because he said he knew Seth had nothing to do with it on several different occasions, and to me, it's just alarming because if you're going to go to that. Sorry, I had to get in the car because I realized that the milk actually went bad today, and I need the milk for the baby in the morning for breakfast and for my protein shakes and everything. So I'm running down to the little 24-hour corner store. So that's the beeping in the background. But
Oh, no
that
worries.
concerns me in terms of if you're going to do that to him and you're going to, frame all these narratives and possibly, put other people into it. Like, I think that yellow raincoat guy, we'll have to cover that another time, is very odd. There was there's somebody else that was very odd in the beginning that, Chris quickly got me to stop asking questions about, that looked a little bit
Mm-hmm.
like that guy even, and in my opinion, and then
Oh, yeah.
it makes me, because that's what always made me concerned with the Katie situation is like, well, did she even really have any idea?
Oh, you're breaking up a little bit, Maman.
Never know what with him, how far will he go to set somebody else up? So I can see him turning on her in a heartbeat. But would it be honest? That's the concern I would have.
Right. Yeah. Or like, would he act like he had no part in it? Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Because I can't trust anything with how real malicious and calculated this all is with the whole Seth situation. It's disgusting. It's like it's absolutely disgusting, and they're still pushing the same crap. Pardon my cuss word. I'm sorry.
No,
I
you're
just couldn't
right,
believe it
though.
when he said that about at work. Oh my God. Just stop already. What is wrong with you? Like, seriously, do they hear themselves? Like, how do you
Mm.
discuss your missing child like this? And Katie is still with him while Sebastian's missing. Like, how do you, I don't know how they are
Yeah.
together, right? Like, I
Yeah.
don't know, as a mom, how are you first off, just allowing this to be said about the man that you once loved and you had a child with? That, forget that factor. That would be enough for me in the beginning. But what about the fact
Right.
that you have this guy that is essentially, in my opinion, bragging about hurting your missing child?
Right.
What are you
And you
doing?
have plenty of people that are like, yeah, that's a good idea too. Like nobody stops to stop them at all. That's what's crazy to me too. Like nobody says, hey, that's not okay to talk about. It's like, yeah, I understand, Chris. I understand, brother. It's like, what?
I didn't know that people
It's
really
weird.
exist like that, to be honest. Like, I know there's people that we have different, you know, parenting styles, different beliefs, different religions, different politics. This to me just doesn't make sense. Like, we're born with a moral compass and we're born with like certain God-giving, empathy. And what is
Hmm.
this? That's all I keep saying. Is like,
Yeah,
what
no,
is the
really. Like, who thinks that's okay? Yeah, I totally get it. I mean, because we all know right from wrong, but it's almost like, forcing us to think in a different way, which
yeah,
is
I will.
against anything we've ever been taught.
Yeah, yes. And I know a lot of people always say, well, you got to listen to the whole, the whole show on the hate channels to really understand. And I'm just like, but I can't, because I can't separate being okay with this and making funsies with this, right? I just can't.
Right.
I just can't. I can't, not for money, not for, there's a real child that's missing, you know.
Yeah, well, and that
Right.
seems lost, on a lot of it, because even when people are willing to get up on a panel and, talk bad about another creator or anything like that, which it's like those creators didn't have anything to do with Sebastian disappearing, but you're sticking up for the people who were last around him. So again, it just doesn't even make any sense, you know.
I've seen so many people agree to not want a child to be found. And they may not, honestly, some of them even realize what they're doing, but that's what they're doing. If you don't want anybody talking about them, if you can't stand everybody because you're trying to pick a side of somebody that you like it's a sports game, like
Right.
I just think there's a lot of people that are that detached from the human component of this, that no, this is a real child, he's a real person, a real teenage boy. Okay, like this isn't, Days of Our Lives. These aren't actors.
Exactly. Well, and I do think that there has been a lot of dehumanizing of Sebastian, as well as, speculating as to, why Chris wouldn't want Sebastian around Faith and different things like that, when really, in my opinion, Chris shouldn't be around Faith, not Sebastian. Um, and Nina feels like that too, because she even said that, in her interview. Um, that Sebastian was a good big brother and that Faith loves him, just like a big brother. Um, you know.
Well, I'm hoping, and I'm sure she is, that she's got all of this, him bragging about the belt thing, that the lawyer can present that in context, and, you know,
Yeah, because there's got to be a way. There's got to be a way to um, make the judge aware. If
uh,
anything else, as long as because I think I would feel much better at least knowing that the judge was aware of something like this, and then they can make a decision otherwise. But I do fear that they just don't know. You know.
well, that's what I mean. I think that the lawyer has to focus on making him aware of his beliefs, his parental beliefs. And his beliefs are what many will consider abusive in 2025.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
And, it's 2025. And we don't need to do certain things, as if our lifespan is to 13 and, you have to, you're trying to, it's a different time. It's a totally different time. There's no good that's going to come of these parenting styles for any child, an average child, a young child, an older child. It's just, it is what it is. And if you can present that to the court of, family court, I'm sure the judge is going to see. We have to pray. And anybody that talks to Nina, just encourage her, you know. And if need be, get a different
Absolutely.
lawyer. I'm sure tons of us would help if she needed help. We'd find ways to help and ignore anybody that would mock that if that was the issue, because they can be very expensive. But if you need to, get a different lawyer, because just highlight their beliefs. This is where your daughter's supposed to go. This is
Well,
how.
and that's the thing. That video directly references a younger child. It says that, if you do this when they're young, then they're not going to be crying when they're 16 or whatever. And so you're right that it's directly referencing a younger child in this scenario.
Exactly.
And Faith is that younger child. And, if we think of it like that, then it could really kind of put things into perspective for the judge. And, do you really want to send this little girl to stay with somebody who believes in these kind of punishments, like you said, not even with the times, can't even read the room, type of a thing.
And then in the context of this is how they feel and this is what they talk about during, of Amber Alert and the disappearance of their stepchild, right? So it's
Right.
not, this isn't just somebody's parental beliefs and they're arguing over, well, I think this and but you're thinking that. And I say no ice cream tonight, they already had cookies and you're saying ice cream and cookies. I mean, it's a horrible analogy, but it is, 2:30 in the morning here. But
No, I understand where you're coming from though. It's just kind of like, and I also think that Chris kind of catastrophizes every single thing a child does. It's like they're normal. Some of this stuff is very normal, like, I mean, I don't know how many times, my brother and I, we might hide some of our Halloween candy back or whatever, in our room where mom doesn't know where it is, and then when nobody's looking, we eat some of it or something, like, just but it's almost like making it into like this huge problem that really is just like kind of a normal thing, that you just kind of like, it's not, it doesn't require the kind of punishments that he's always wanting to implement. Why does it always have to, like, why does it always have to come to a spanking, you know?
obviously a self thing. It's about him. It's not discipline in my opinion. And when you're still thinking that way and being this way, I think there's probably enough now on record that Nina has that she wouldn't have had a year ago for family court, because there's so many of these statements that are said publicly, and they're not just, it's not like somebody's recording somebody's secret calls. This is the guy. He's up there to discuss his missing child. He's on these channels to discuss it. That's what they claim, right? And to bring
Right. That's a great point.
for his missing child. And this is what he feels. So you really
Yeah, like, it's not like this is something that he didn't realize people were going to hear. Like, this is something that he knows people are going to hear and he wants them to hear. And he has no problem talking about it for extended periods of time.
exactly.
Which is really amazing to me. Like, I don't know. I just feel like, again, it's like a taunting sort of thing, because why would, why would he say those things, especially knowing it's just going to cause more issues in the case? People are going to be upset with him. Most people try to keep the public's viewpoint good, but we've seen this stepdad, come out here and just basically not really care what other people think, and to a certain extent that, that could be a good strategy, but in this case it's like you're really just upsetting everybody that's involved in the case, I don't know.
I don't think that it's a strategy at this point that people, I mean, I could see him trying to get people to think that, but at this point, it doesn't make sense as a strategy.
No, it's a horrible strategy if it is one, it really is. It's like, um
That could get you, locked up because people could literally present this. And you never know, this could be presented as circumstantial evidence for circumstantial evidence, for guilty knowledge of something.
yes.
Because
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
watch a lot of these cases and I get it that a lot of times there's DAs and people that get nervous and they don't. But we also have tons of cases that, people get wrongfully convicted. People that even have admitted can get wrongfully convicted for different things for whatever reason they admit to something that they didn't do.
Right. Yeah, like faulty confession, or yeah, coarse confessions. And
Oh, here's chat again because chat froze on me before.
yeah, KJ Max says facts, CP should not be around children, Um you know.
Interesting. I mean, the strategy component made me think of things like, look at the strategy that happened last night with Seth calling into the show, right? Like, that was incredible. That's strategy. That's why there's no competition when it comes to, the whole who's a dad, who's a real dad, and who's a real man type stuff. It doesn't even need to be really said because it is what it is. One guy moves across the country for his son.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I just don't. It's too late. I'll be too cranky with my delivery of this, but it's just ridiculous. It was amazing to hear, and it's a shame that people could laugh. And I know, it doesn't seem like Seth cares because all he cares about is Sebastian, so he could care less what's said about him. And I get that mentality,
Yes.
bones will break your bones type of thing. But oh man, I couldn't really stomach listening to the laughing because it's just no care in the world for Sebastian. It's like, what the heck? When she was reviewing it and mocking it. That's why I can't listen to those channels because I'll try, but it's like they just turned into, I don't know what this is. It's
Yeah.
like to stop.
It's
This is like a bad movie and it needs to stop because they weren't behaving this bad in the beginning when I was watching here and there. And then it's like everything went off the rails.
oh, it's just gotten so much worse and worse. It really has. I mean, there's no doubt about it. No
How
doubt about it.
aren't you like, oh, what could we do? Chris needs to do this. Chris likes to call in and, be a Texan and all this awful stuff, right? None of that is funny. None of it's becoming. None of it's humorous to the majority of us. But
Mm-mm. No, it's not. Yeah, it's not funny at all. I mean, if anything, it makes me want to cry. You know what I mean? Like then even because I mean, gosh, you like to think you have a good sense of humor about stuff, but there's just certain things that it's just like I don't know, and I think a lot of it's that's one thing that that they don't mind what he says because they just want him to be on their show, and so they'll laugh about it, but it's really not even funny at all. Um, it's really like a great cause for concern and a huge red flag, in my opinion. Um, hey, Seth, good to see you. Thank you for being in here. Aw, good to see you, Seth.
oh, that's funny. We were just talking about, the phone call last night.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and I mean, um, it's just unfortunate. It's just really unfortunate. Seth says we all walk a path. Sometimes it is the same path, just a different route that intersects occasionally.
Amen to that.
Yeah.
Don't even have words to say, obviously. I mean, it's almost 3 o'clock and what is it? 2:50 a.m. And
Yes. Yes.
I just can't. I don't know how Seth does it. And, all I do is pray for you, Seth. And I hope I could do some good to share Sebastian.
Well, and that's the thing, Seth is always so appreciative. We've seen, him be honest. Hey, Tori, thank you for your prayers. Um, Aussie True Crime, good to see you. Um,
Because, it's like, it makes you think, it's like he's having sleepless nights all the time, right? And going through all of this, but he could think to call the show. He could be humble enough to use the Lord and to do what he did last night and share Sebastian in a way that I thought was genius. And then it's like, here I am, complaining in my head, oh, I got to go get baby milk at 3 a.m. and I'm exhausted, right?
yeah, but mom, and you're always momming it up. So, I mean, um, you
No, but
know,
it just constantly puts things into perspective of, how we are supposed to be there for each other, and it takes a village, and we're supposed to care, and it should come natural and normal, and we should stand up for what's right no matter what. And we just spent a couple hours just talking about all of these things that are just polar opposite of what God built us to be. And the timing is Seth coming in. I just think, and for me, it's just one of those holy connections to just remind us of how important it is to be there for each other and to take care of our kids, and always go with our discernment.
Well, I agree, and I think too, it's kind of funny that Chris would put a video out like that, and he expects kids to be just these perfect beings. But, it wasn't very long ago, and we even got some clarification on, from people who were there at the court date, that he was yelling at his mom outside the courthouse. So, I mean, you have to be a good example for your kids, or, they're going to, take after, if you're setting a good example, they'll go after a good example. If you're doing a bad example, then, they're gonna go after that, because that's just what you're expecting from them, right? Or what you want from them. But it's just very odd that Chris holds himself to, such a low standard, and everybody else to such a high one. And that's always a huge red flag for me when people do that, instead of saying, hey, we're all human, we all make mistakes. But when people, and mainly narcissists, do that, because they do have the delusions of grandeur and they think they're above everything. But I
Well,
mean,
strategy part, right? Like, if this could have been maybe, at first or something, he thought it was a strategy or whatever. I want to believe that, right? I want to believe that Sebastian comes home and we find out that this was Chris's way of being strategic and keeping us all talking. But it's like, geez, Louise, you guys are going to a level that human rationalization is not there, right? Like,
right.
the people you guys are attracting and the way you guys, I mean, oh my Lord, what? But I do think of that sometimes too, right? A strategy, but it's not
Yeah. I mean, I've thought about that
fix
too, quite a
God,
bit. I have.
you know,
Yeah.
then you would fix it. Start putting the energy into the billboard, start putting the energy into, getting his name in the views and the knowledge base of people that would never think to go look at missing person cases.
Right. Well, that's a big, I'm glad that you said that, Maman, because that's like really important, because we think of it kind of like in the true crime realm, where we're like, everybody knows about these cases. Who doesn't? We know about all of them. Who doesn't know about Summer? Who doesn't know about Sebastian? Right. Um, hey, sweet sativa. But, I mean, when we think about it, there's a big amount of people who have no idea. And like you said earlier, it could be partly because it is a tough subject to talk about. It's absolutely sad. It could feel kind of hopeless at times, and we can sit here and wonder, like, what could we be doing better, and things like that. A lot of times people, you know, it's just a sad subject. A lot of times people don't want to even look and know that there's that many people, or kids especially, out there that are missing. Um,
It's very depressing.
it
It,
is. It is.
it's an honor to be able to talk about Sebastian and share Sebastian, honestly, because it pales in comparison to what it feels like. I can imagine for his loved ones. And I wanted to, not to change this, but KJ, did you see what she said about the narcissist comment? Because it piggybacks the beginning of our conversation.
Oh, okay. Let me see.
Now that
If you,
that is refreshing here, let me pull over this air. I love this place. This is my favorite little place. This little gas station. It's got good lighting and everything. Um,
okay, yes, this one, KJ Max says, if you so much as cause the tiniest slight to a narcissist, they will go to the ends of the earth to make you pay for it. Oh man, that is powerful.
It's funny because the chat just reloaded because you know how it's whacking out for me because I'm on the iPhone.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Oh my gosh, well then they change it like they do, and then here I am like, I don't know how to work this anymore. They changed it on me, you know? I'm very much a creature of habit, so when they change things on me, I'm like completely out of my element all of a sudden. It's like I completely forgot how to operate everything because something looks different. It's like, don't change the interface, please. Um,
But no, like to have my little narcissistic second, she's so right about that though. Like
mhm.
that is like all over the case because they can't stop, right? If one person didn't do what they want, they'll go to the ends of the earth no matter. They will lie, they will cheat, they will do anything because you didn't do something they wanted. I mean, like, that's what I mean about the narcissistic moment for myself. It's like they can't come up with a better story for what happened, why they, talk about me, right? Why I'm the psycho of the bunch. I'm happy to be the psycho and not the friend, okay? But
Right, yeah, by all means, right? I hope they think I'm weird because I don't want them to identify with anything about me. You know, I know that sounds kind of hateful on my part, but it's just how it is. I mean, I hope they,
not when
because
you
I definitely don't agree with much of what they do and say. So you know,
no, not now. They're not that the mask has come down. I wanted to believe this was all an act on their part. It's not, in my opinion, at all. Um, but it just, it makes me laugh sometimes because, like I was saying to my husband, I said, "Can you still believe that they're telling this baloney about, how I got mad because I wouldn't be their friend? They wouldn't be my friend." I'm like, "How asking?" They were asking me on the panels. I I was running for the hills, like trying to figure out what to
I
do.
don't blame you.
Talked my whole life, right? Because I was on the Facebook, and they all knew where I was moving. They knew my name, my kids, my everything.
That is
And
so creepy. It's so creepy.
well, that's why they insinuated the family connections, like I shared with you privately, and all that craziness. And I think that feeds this because I think somewhere
Yes.
they believe that. So, but it's just like, I'm like, did the narcissistic ends of the earth thing, I'm like, do they not realize what they're saying doesn't make sense? Okay. You shared these videos out of the blue and are asking me to come on and come on and come on. None of it happened. I didn't do it. I didn't go for clicks and views. I didn't monetize. I didn't want attention. I wanted to continue to do what I was doing for Sebastian. I could not lie for you people ever, for anyone, for no reason to hurt anybody. So the narcissist ends of the earth is like profound because I'm a nobody. I'm irrelevant. I'm a nobody. This is about a missing child. And it's somehow you keep making me a somebody in this delusion, right?
Well, I think you have so
Didn't
much to
do it.
bring to the table. I really do. And and you're a mother of autistic children, and I think that you have a lot that they probably don't want you to share. I mean, if I could just be honest, because they do try to discredit people, excuse me, they just do. They see somebody that has the knowledge and that could really spread some good information, and they want to take that person out. And I mean, I don't mean to sound, like I said, I don't mean to get the tinfoil hat out, especially not this late in the evening, but or this early in the morning. But I can't help but think that because it's just kind of a pattern that we've seen. It's like, because I think you absolutely have a lot to it, where you could explain things to us that we probably wouldn't think of, especially because, autism is a spectrum. So it's not going to be cut and dry, like
And
we all hope that it could be.
it's not fair that it's, it's just, it's been used to weaponize, Sebastian, in my opinion, and that is disgraceful. It's disgraceful because I can honestly tell you I have a son right now, you know, as you know, that is in the Army and he's training right at Fort Benning, and then he'll be at Fort Campbell for 3 years. I don't even think he was that well behaved at that age, sitting in Texas Roadhouse like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah,
So,
that's a great
but
point.
whatever spectrum he was on, he was sure, you know, an amazing young man to be able to sit there and be patient and be nice to the waitress and smile at her. And
Mm-hmm.
my kids, you know, JJ's very respectful and stuff, but at the same point, I mean, he would have been annoying the living you know what out of me to get my phone.
Well, he did, you know, and that was another thing that I found to be, you're so right, that I just found to be so different, right? Because it's like, if you're not a well-behaved kid, you're not going to ask permission, you know, right off the bat to do anything. You're going to pick up what you want to do and do what you want to do. You know, I mean, we've all, and I'm not saying that, you know, that kids are bad if they do that. I mean, you know, they're, again, they're learning and everything, but it's like, you know, show me one kid that has behavioral problems that asks permission. They usually, you know, do it and then ask permission later, right? You know, or pray for forgiveness, however that saying says. You know, they're not asking permission, they're doing it, and then you're gonna say, no, don't do it. You know, you weren't supposed to do that, you know. So even the fact that he asked for permission showed me that he was a good kid.
No kid is a bad kid, right? They could
But
have
they
bad,
want us to believe that for some reason, and that's really
they
bothersome to me.
can have bad circumstances. They could have, you know, different things, but we are not bad. Like, he is not a bad, like, there's nothing. That's why this Skolnick lady, I just sat on my hands and whistled because I'm like, okay, she's, you know, she's helping, then, you know, I'll go like, but I'm going to sit on my hands and whistle because
The-
that's
yeah.
just bullshit. We,
Yeah. I
oh,
appreciate that though, you know what I mean? Because I mean it's, and you know, different perspectives, and every kid's different, but I understand what you're saying in a lot of circumstances. You know, I can say I did that as well, and just kind of listened and you know, took it all in, but really, you know, maybe with more of a grain of salt than, you know.
well, she
Um
really got like that. Like, now I'm done. So even if I had to deal with her, I will always be respectful and courteous to people. But that would be the,
sure.
I would never trust somebody like that ever now, because you should be very knowledgeable on profound autism and all different special abilities when you're out there claiming that, you know, this is who you are, and then you're taking some innocent child to, you know, God only knows how much off those TikTok videos and this show that it's still up there if you want to see it. Okay. She talked about, well, wanting her own reality parody show when she first started her YouTube here, but to each their own. But for me, what got me so mad is like, you're using Sebastian and autism, autism, autism. You don't even know him, and you're not even educated because you agreed with something absolutely atrocious and disgusting, and you tried to put that on him with Granny's watching the other day. So shame on you. Good luck with karma, because
Mhm.
even, God forbid, that was something that you really did think, which I know it's not, then you would still know it wouldn't be his fault. That's all I'm going to say on that. Because that,
Oh, I agree.
I think he knows they have pushed these things behind the scenes, and it is disgusting. So that little conversation from that woman who is supposed to be an advocate and totally understand severe and profound would damn well know not to talk like that, act like that, and laugh like that, and put that on a missing kid, let alone any child. That really, I'll talk to you privately, but she really crossed the lines with that, in my opinion.
Yeah, and I've only heard a little bit about it, kind of, you know, on the streets and stuff. And I'd be interested to know more, because I'll tell you, I mean, I would love to eat her lunch on that one. Because if it's regarding what I think it's regarding,
Yes.
then she's gonna be sorry
Yeah.
once I find out what the hell was said. Because I'm 100% in agreement with you. And then also, we've talked about the fact that of that disgusting ass song that Chris liked to have played for Sebastian, which, I mean, I understand that, when we're growing up and stuff, we have older cousins that might show us something like that, but you never expect to hear of a stepfather um, finding it appropriate to,
One that is how
encourage it.
it is to manipulate and trying to paint narratives of something that is non-existent. It's disgusting. It's evil, in my opinion. As close to evil as one can get, just when you put it all together. That's why I was saying, like, because a lot of people do say, oh, maybe this is his strategy to keep his name out there. No, I can't. At this point, there's no, you
Well, and
know.
Seth has a great point here. Autistic children are all different, but guess what? All children are different. That's
Yeah,
so true, Seth. All people are different. We all have different experiences, different personalities. I mean, just we're all unique in our own way. We're all put here for different reasons. There's a lot to be said about that, but to take somebody who, like mom, and we've talked about this too, you said that your son's very literal, and if you tell somebody something or show somebody something that's very literal, they're going to take it in a different way than somebody that's not very literal, I guess, if that makes sense.
absolutely.
And I don't think that's fair to put that onto Sebastian. I just don't. I don't think it's fair. I don't think it's right. And I mean, I can already tell that I'm probably gonna, strongly disagree with, especially when I hear, Granny. And I mean, I don't watch her,
Oh,
quite honest, I don't. I never have really. I mean, I tried to, but then I realized the coverage was just,
you
in
don't
my
need
opinion, not good,
it. Don't bother. It's not something that we need to really be, even. I'm just sharing what really that was my like, wow, you're supposed to.
hmm
Okay. Because it's not something I even want to give attention to because they've been trying for a long time and it's just,
Well,
you
I
know,
bet it was shocking for you to hear as a mother who also has a child on the spectrum, and then, well, more than one child on the spectrum, but I mean, just in comparison, a boy, you know, um, it's just something that you wouldn't expect to hear, especially like when you hear advocacy, you think somebody that is standing up for and being a voice for people. And I just can't see that.
well, that's what I was saying. An advocate for what side of that? Because, we all can fall on the spectrum in some way, and like I shared with you, I even have, a special, unique ability that I don't really ever talk about because I was raised to try to hide if there was something different about you because it could affect your career. It'll affect, you don't want people to feel sorry for you but that ultra rare condition
Sure.
my son has, he inherited the gene from me, the chrome, So I don't have it to the extent he does. But so I know growing up what it's like, to be different and to try to be like everybody else, but you never really can be. And it gives me a little different, and we all have that something, right? Just like I feel like we're all on the spectrum, because in 2025, anybody can get a diagnosis on the spectrum. Let's be honest right now. That's why I left New York. It's not really helpful for some kids because it puts them into things that are not as helpful. And then it's profoundly helpful for a lot of people that do need some of the services. And the services are not exclusive to autism, right? OT could be for all kinds of things. ABA is for all kinds of things.
Mm-hmm.
But I just feel like there's this weird weaponization of identifying a teenager that you don't know in some cliche like stereotype, and that's what annoys me. We don't know him. We just know what people have shared about him with us. And we have one side that's sharing stuff that makes sense and seems honest and the facts before us. And then when you have these other people that seem to be trying to create something that's not there. And it doesn't make any sense, why people would want to do that at all.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't make sense at all. You know, I mean, and I agree with what you're saying, hiding kind of things that, when you're different. And also it thinks, well, excuse me, it also makes me think about how many more diagnoses that we see with autistic, even in the same family system, right? Because before it used to be maybe like one child had autism spectrum disorder, however you want to put it, or Asperger's, or, just on the spectrum in general. But now we're seeing a lot more diagnosis. And I didn't know if that was because, it's more recognizable. I really didn't know, why. And that kind of made sense to me when you said that it's easy to get a diagnosis these days.
It's easier now because a lot of it really is based on the parents filling out that form. And
Hmm.
usually the form is only filled out, right, by the primary parent that's taking it out of the book bag. So if you're not in communication with the other parent, they're not even getting an opportunity to fill out the same forms.
See, and I see that as being a major problem too, because, especially because we know that, different households are going to, have different, the child's going to have a different experience in two different households, no matter which way we look at it, whether it's good or bad. Um, you know,
Yeah. And it's
so,
a good thing for certain things, but then it can also be a bad thing because there's a lot of people that it's almost like a what is it, Munchausen by proxy, they call it.
oh yeah, yep, Munchausen by proxy. Yeah, yeah.
It's that phenomena right now where it's like, autism is like, you know, a fad where there's like a parent thing going on where, oh, my child is high functioning third rock from the sun. And, or like, oh, there's like, it's very weird in these family groups, because I'm always trying to find, make friends and meet people because we really don't know like hardly anybody in Tennessee besides my mom. And there's this weird like competitiveness between, and it's very odd. It's very odd. It's like a social thing right
Like a
now.
social status, like some sort of a social status that they get.
Yeah. But I haven't really had it down here. It was happening in New York really bad. And it like peaked, during like 2020, 2021, right when we started to realize that Haley was like profoundly delayed. Because in the beginning, I'm like, oh, she'll talk when she's ready. And, we
Hmm.
don't need to put names on everything. We're all different. And we just take our differences and that's it. That's how I was raised by my Nana and that's how I am. And sometimes labels are helpful for insurance or whatever, right? But we're
Hmm.
all different and it's fine. You have diabetes, you take diabetic medicine. You need, a little help with speech, you go to speech, like it is.
Right. Yeah. Focusing on the areas that need to be, but I agree with not labeling or ever saying like, oh, a child's never going to do this. Just because they haven't done it yet doesn't mean they're never going to,
Yeah. And it was
Um,
a weird phenomenon because with my older boys, since the littles are our surprises, right? Because my one's going to be 21, 13, and then I had the baby and my little Haley. Something changed and it became cool. Like, well, my child's autistic too. Oh, your child's on the spectrum? Oh, don't say it that way. Say it this way. Are they level 1? Are they level 3? Do they have a para? Because my daughter needs a para. No, she doesn't elope, but I still want her to have a para. And I'm like, what? What is this?
right.
There's nothing like that when the boys were younger, So The only reason I'm referencing it is not to, say that it's not important, because it is, right? We need services,
Sure.
we need, therapies, but there's this weird thing that you have to kind of realize happens sometimes too with custodial things and stuff, right? Is redistributing blame and focus off of the parent onto the child. And it does happen. We see it.
Yeah.
So I don't know. That's why I was like, wow, you're a great advocate, lady. Thanks for the help for all of us, because you're doing a darn good job.
Yeah, really. Well, and I mean, I don't know what advocate would go to that channel to do advocacy work either. So that kind of stumps me in a way. Not to say that, there's only certain panels that are worthy of it, but it's just kind of strange to me that that's where she would take herself.
Like
You
advocacy.
know. And Seth says, as for a husband of Sebastian's mother, I believe he was extremely triggered about Sebastian's billboards showing up everywhere all at once, 8 in Nashville alone. See, that's fantastic news. I didn't even realize there were that many in Nashville.
Well, that's what I was saying. There has to be, because when I was driving, I saw, the little summer out of the corner of my eye, and I was trying to figure out, I'm like, is that 24? Because I came home a really weird way that took me through Kentucky, but then I ended over by Tenova, this little tiny hospital in Clarksville. And then of course, I got lost because I ended up in Nashville. I'm like, I needed to go further up. And
Mm-hmm.
I want to dox my exact area of where we finally settled, but it's in Clarksville, obviously. So I knew they were
Yeah,
going to
and you came all the way for services that you needed,
doctor. I told you the name and stuff in Gallatin. And, we had to try to get a Haley speech and OT for at least a year. So we knew that we tried, because my husband, I knew he'd never be able to live with himself without knowing we tried everything, because he's that's his little girl. That's it, so. And it was everything. I mean, really, the holy connections, God's mercies, it all worked. If we didn't get here, she is starting to talk. She understood turning the light on and off. I got a little video of that. Like,
Aw.
um,
And that's fantastic. Those are things that you didn't think she was going to be able to do, or, I mean, not, maybe you didn't think she wasn't going to be able to do it, but,
they said her
um,
was 5, and
it's an
oh,
accomplishment. It's wonderful.
yep. But then the baby, they weren't going to go back in to see what happened to his foot. And I'm like, something happened in that surgery. And no, no, no. It just,
Mm.
it took so much longer, and it was not easy, because we had to have the one specialist for Dylan, and then make sure that there was the resources and the same type of, jobs. And it's just very complicated to move, especially when you have to rent, and that was why it was like when they tried to weaponize what my husband was dealing with, it's not an easy thing to sell. We had an ultra low interest rate, and it was way before Sebastian disappeared. And he was at his job 22 years. He left everything. He never wanted to leave. But that's what you do for your kids, and
Ex-
Seth knows that more than anybody. That's what you do for your kids. You do anything that you can. You just do anything that you can when it comes to their life, their quality of life. And it was a miracle, because now the baby had that second surgery that we would never have gotten in New York. And they found that main artery was severed, and they botched the surgery.
mm. Oh my goodness. Poor little guy too. That is just, oh my gosh.
It was still a great thing. Everything's been, for the best for the kids. And it just, it gets me triggered about the fact that I'm like, come on, people, you are here. And instead of just, making your money and your 15 minutes of fame, do something for the child that you keep using and hashtagging.
Well,
Put
that's the thing. I mean, they think they're going to get rich off of, or get notoriety or whatever it is over a missing child. And I guess that's one thing that I still can't really understand. I mean, it's one thing to get up and talk and spread awareness, but it's another thing to kind of be upset because, oh, this parent doesn't want to work with this, like all of those things they don't matter. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter because, I mean,
Oh, you're either
if you're
here.
worried about Sebastian being found, then, none of those other things would even be on your radar, in my opinion. But
Exactly. You're either here for Sebastian or you're not. That's what it's just ridiculous. That's why, like, I took the family stuff off this channel because if I'm going to do true crime, which is what ended up happening, then that's what I'm doing. It's not about me, right? I'm doing something different. We still have our stories, right? We still have our lives. But
well, that's what worries me the most too, is that like you said, it's not about, me, it's not about you, it's not about any of us, it's about Sebastian. But every chance they get, they seem to take that focus right off of him and put it on a creator, or, the spokesperson for Seth, or,
that's true.
Sebastian himself, but not in a good light. It's like, you know, what is the end game there? It doesn't make any sense to me,
Well,
it just doesn't make any damn sense.
it made sense if they wanted everybody to stop talking about it, right? And just look the other way, but it's not working because there's billboards that are going up everywhere. And
Hmm.
this is going on. Like, we were trying to figure out what was the one billboard that they wanted down so bad, right? What are the triggers? Because those are the things that maybe could be highlighted a little more, right?
Yeah,
Because
I think the Silence is Red Rum one, that I think that was one of the ones that must have been, because that was one of the ones I saw early on. And I think that was maybe the one that might have done it. Because I mean, what would be the problem with somebody saying Google it, y'all, if you don't know the story? I mean, we know that because we heard Katie say that on,
yeah,
Duchess, and we were all like, oh my gosh, we can't believe she said it. It's kind of been like maybe an inside running joke, but, more or less because that it was like a weird placement in the story where, Katie was kind of showing a little bit of snark, in my opinion. And she's like, well, if you don't know what spaghetti pancakes is, you need to Google it. I'm not going to sit here and explain this shit to you guys, is how I took it. You know what I mean?
yeah.
And maybe Katie didn't mean that in that way, but that's kind of how I took it. I was like, okay, so you don't want to explain what spaghetti pancakes are, or you want us to Google it. So I go and Google it, and, I pull up all kinds of crazy information. But and instead of just saying, well, those are something special that we saw on TikTok that day, or, um, but it's always been more or less like a chore to explain what's going on for Katie, in my opinion, rather than a mother being
Oh, yeah.
happy and grateful for the opportunity.
You know what's funny about the Google it y'all thing, right? So when Seth called in that atheist channel last night, right? And you have that guy that doesn't even seem to have like human compassion, but then he explains at the end and opens up like how he's been hurt, right? But he goes from not having compassion and empathy, right? Being very cold sounding, to the opposite, right? And
Hmm.
when he said Google it, I said, see, this guy one day is going to look back and see that's God. That's God. It's not about the denomination and stuff, but there's God.
Mm.
And no, he doesn't even know. And and that's what everybody did. They went to Google and they learned about Sebastian. But it was just funny because I even saw how God worked in that. Like, I don't know, I'm sure Seth realized it too, how Sebastian was able to. That might leave an imprint even on the atheist, even though he'll probably never admit it. When he goes back and he sees the Google it, y'all. Those are the kinds of things that I call the holy connections, right?
Yeah, well, it's because, we might not know. I mean, and I think all of us, if we've lived long enough, we kind of wonder about, religion and whatnot. Is there really, a higher power, however you want to put it? But it's just those little ways that we see how the Lord works in mysterious ways, or, um, just how everything's interconnected, and how how beautifully things run, just, as they are. I agree with you though, and I think that Sebastian has been working through God for a lot of us, you know. I mean, even just little things, little signs that I'll get here and there, you know. Especially if I'm wondering, you know, am I doing a good job, or, you know, should I be harping on this, you know, or should I talk about something different, or, you know, and I'll get a sign of some sort, and I always know that that's, you know, God, um, in my opinion, you know, or the way that I think, um, but I think that's really cool. I heard that Seth was on there, but I didn't hear it.
Have to listen to it. It's
Yeah.
incredible. It really is. I mean, have the tissues like always, you know, because it's heartbreaking, but it's incredible to see, like, you know, they're atheists, and then by the end of it, because he's talking about Sebastian, you know, he shares things about his self and his pride. Like, it's just very interesting. But the Google it, when you talk about the triggers of the billboards and how he says Google it, it's enlightening to look at. And for me, it's the same, you know, thing. Like, I get these little signs, like I was saying about those signs, right? I get upset because I'm like, well, these darn yarn signs, that when I will not drive by there again. I've gone there and I said prayers, you know, because I have to pass that neighborhood. And now I have a different route. I found a different main, you know, route over when I have to go back and forth, you know, to the specialist a couple times a week with Dill and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yard sign.
Yeah.
Oh, and I'm just like, you people, ugh, you know, why are you like that in my mind, right? But then,
Right.
you know, because it's like just ridiculous, you know, it's just, anyway. So when I get off here, I always know that either Seth or Betty or somebody was just here for something, because every time that sign is falling apart, starting to look a little wonky, a new one is put up. And it's never removed. Maybe if the weather gets to it, because I didn't know, but apparently this part of, you know, Tennessee is like Tornado Alley. But
Oh,
that's,
yeah, the wind and stuff coming
oh,
through.
flooding and everything. But coming off right there where this Wilma Rudolph Boulevard is, there's Sebastian, you know, and I've taken
Hmm.
videos of it. And to me, that's like, you know, my little signs where I'm like, what can we do for you, buddy? Like, I really think one day we're gonna look back and find out this kid had such an impact in ways that are unbelievable, because I'm not,
Absolutely.
a lot of us, I don't think, we're not people that ever get into missing kids cases, right? It doesn't happen like that. There was something very different that's gone on with Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. And
I know, and everybody says it's his smile. Like, I think that's a lot of people will just say his smile, but I think a lot of it does have to do with too, just, you know, kind of learning about Sebastian, who he is, seeing him. Um, Again, the Texas Roadhouse video was another one that I was just like, you know, just kind of solidified, you know,
I think
who
it's,
I perceived him to be, but not what was told to us by, you know, Mr. and Mrs. Foote. Um, you know, and Seth says we're all unique in one form or another, but Sebastian is my son, so I see it as I raised him, but so I raised him to be himself, excuse me, Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. But please understand that Sebastian had a rare chromosome deletion, and that cannot be medicated out, but learned through. Yeah, like
exactly,
with therapies and things, you know? Yeah,
yep, it's the
absolutely.
with the blistering and that's the thing with him. It's the same. It's a one of the chromosomes is missing, and then the K6A gene is mutated. So I totally get
Okay.
that. That-
Yeah, and you know, and I know a lot of those like symptoms kind of, well, I don't even want to call it symptoms, maybe characteristics kind of mirror autism too. So I know that's probably, you know,
And he was a teenager. He's a teenager too. That doesn't make anything easier.
well, that's the truth too. That is so true. Yeah. No, and Seth says with children, I found that speaking positively around them and utilizing broader language also makes them grow. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, I
Absolutely.
that your son is gonna save and has probably saved a lot of kids. I really think so.
Thank you, Seth.
Right? I mean, think about it. The ability to get flipboards and to have people really care and pay attention, head on a swivel, right? See something, say something.
Oh,
I think
absolutely.
impact is lifelong, and I can't wait for you to have him home and have answers. And you know, I'm not going to say I love him. Oh, that's creepy, right? I think,
Aw.
but I have a lot of love
I
for.
think we all do love Sebastian, you know. I think we do, and I think that's like you said. We don't want to say it because it, you know, it can be taken out of context, and God only knows some of these hate channels. But I mean, you know, it takes love to show care and compassion and to be passionate about wanting to bring him home and things like that. So I think love is, you know, is the answer. Um, I really do. I think that is the answer because you know the opposite of that is indifference, and you know that's a lot what we're seeing. You know, even with people that are trying, you know, trying to say they're an advocate. You know, um, Seth says the way that we hold ourselves in the midst of war is the glint of heaven when God shines upon our brow. God bless everyone and stay safe. Hashtag Sebastian Strong. Hashtag keep the faith. Yeah. And I agree with that. You know, we can only, hey, Lizzie, we can only control what we do, you know. Um, we can only control what we do. Hey, busy mama, good to see you. And, you know, and I think the more people that we have out there that can spread more positive awareness, the better, you
Yeah,
know. You know, it's not always going to be as entertaining, I guess, as the you know, Real Housewives of YouTube, but you know, at least we're spreading awareness, you know, and we're doing it in a positive way. Um,
they got to get a new thing to do. I mean, they could all have great channels and have the real whatevers of YouTube.
the Real Housewives of YouTube.
Can they
Oh
pop up
no, isn't that terrible?
children? No, anything.
Oh yeah,
Word.
oh yeah. Well, Mom and I so
Oh,
appreciate you being up here, and I definitely want to have you up again. We can talk. Um, you know, because I love to hear your take on things, you know. Um,
yeah, you.
I really appreciate your perspective, and then just there's a lot of things that we don't think about, you know, that you're very you know, knowledgeable about too. So, and I think that's another thing. It's any type of positivity that someone could possibly bring to Sebastian's case, that we see resistance, you know, a lot of resistance from the other side, you know. I think that, you know, when they give us that negative attention, it's like we know that we're on the right track somehow. And I don't know, you know, that I that I necessarily like that, but if that's what it has to be, so be it. You know, I don't care. So,
I wouldn't even waste your time watching some of it. It's not worth it.
oh, it's just so bad, right? And then I'm gonna get mad, and then I'm gonna come up here and rant and rave about it.
Well, that's the thing, right? Like that's what I was saying. Husband, I'm like, I don't want to be crankified when I'm talking about certain things. So I'm not even going to look at certain things because it just puts you into a bad headspace, you know?
That's true. It's true. Yeah.
And if we're trying to brainstorm and come up with good things that are just engaging to bring more awareness, it's hard if you're, like
Right. Oh, yeah. That's why I won't watch any hateful content before I've had at least one cup of coffee because
yeah.
I'm just not even in a good headspace. And, you know,
Well, you have a
aw,
great
that's right.
I'm gonna finish doing this and then I'm going to sleep for a while until he's up for his next baba.
Yeah, well, I'm so glad you were here. Um, Detroit Rock City says love is a universal thing, and we should be spread across the universe. Love is the answer. It's amazing how it can heal and bring people together. Remember that the love for Sebastian has brought us all here. So
Amen.
well said, Detroit. So well said. And that's one thing we can all do. Hey, Troopers mom, good to see you. Um, and that's one thing that we can all do is just keep on, talking about what could have happened. The more that we do that, look at some of the cold cases out there, which no, I don't think Sebastian's case is cold. But I mean, look at some of them out there that, you know, um, if they would have had so many eyes and so many people talking, hey, Neuro V, um, that they could have been solved a lot sooner. So I just kind of try to focus on that. Is if we could, the more that we can talk, um, the better. The more that we keep talking about the different scenarios that could have happened, there might be just that one little thing that, you know, nobody thought of before. So
Very true.
I'm hoping. I'm hoping. But thank you so much for being here, momming it up. I appreciate you being here, and everybody in the chat. Thank you all so much for all of your kind words with Seth, and thank you, Seth, for being here. Um, you know, I mean, I couldn't ask for a better group of people. I'll tell you that. So, um, but yeah.
For having me. Take care, everyone.
Yes, yes, everyone take care. We'll see you tomorrow. I'll be on tomorrow night.
Don't forget to say your prayers for Sebastian and for everyone.
Yes, that's right. That's right. And mom, and thank you. Thank you so much. You guys all have a great night.